been surviving. We've been doing all right.
Your first few live tournaments, your first
for an hour with a tower.
124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously we played a lot online.
When did you decide that
playing live to
playing poker for
online? Did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I played quite a few tournaments before that, and not even cash.
I first started playing when I was
as I said, I'd
16,
gone to I think it
17
was
years old.
Was it 2000? Maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. That was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I tried to. I was sticking. Mainly, I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online. And if I satellite into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But yeah, I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me. Just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And yeah, I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online, and then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So yeah, it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Yeah, of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. And it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linden. And then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop. And Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-bet. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, oh, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. You know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I love doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and he gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh, wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was.
Sweet Caroline. Da, da, da. Oh, it's yesterday.
Yesterday. Look, he's still got the glasses. Good morning, everyone. We are back here in Edinburgh. Day 1B, just about to get underway. Great day yesterday. There's the chip counts.
Yes, indeed. It was a great day, great ending. We had a bit of a laugh at the end, and it was a good. 103, 12 online.
Yep.
Started with about 60 already.
70.
As you can see, the table, same as ever. 6 or 7 people registered for the feature table. 1 turn up.
We'll be waiting.
We still don't know how to change it. We still know how to. Still don't know. Oh, big news! Bought a new shirt because I was getting a bit too. I can fasten the top button now. Look at that. Look. I couldn't fasten it before. I can fasten it now.
Look.
I feel really good. So I have to buy a smaller shirt. I can fasten the button. Yes, so as you can see there, Benteen 198,000. I saw him stood at the bar last night, and he said he had a bit of a gift. He had a bit of a gift to get about 40,000.
It goes like that sometimes.
A 9-eye flop, guys shoved 30k into a 5k bet with ace 10 on a 9-eye flop.
And Ben had
ace 9.
Ace 9.
So he just called and didn't get unlucky, basically.
Yeah,
he basically didn't get unlucky. So he just said, obviously, thank you for the gift. He's trying to get on the telly.
You know what happened was, this is hilarious. So you know where we are here? The TD told him he was in the other room. And he's come round here, this side, and he couldn't figure out how to get in this other room. And I go, you've got to go through the card room, past the feature table. And he's wandering around there trying to figure out how to get in. But he found his seat eventually. But chip counts over there, guys. 103 entries, as Tara said. 27 of them has made it through. Tony Daney at the bottom there. He's our short stack. Some names that you may notice in there. You've got Rob Franks was on the feature table yesterday. Robbie Ball in the mix as well. Kellett. 114k, great stack for him. Usman Al Hack there, 34k. My one to watch for the next 12 months.
Well, I'm already saying Robbie Bull's going to have a really deep run.
Okay.
I am.
And Tommy Lee there as well, former Edinburgh champion. He's in the mix, and we are about to get underway.
How's the best dressed man in Scotland going to turn up tomorrow? What do you think?
He'll be wearing probably 3-piece suit, looking dapper as always.
Robert Franks. It's always good to say. I wonder if he's in the office today at Arbroath Golf Course. He always say, another day at the office. Takes a picture of the first. Just walking down the first. Another day at the office. So yeah, all the chip counts are there. The table's directly behind us. So we'll try and keep it a bit quieter till a bit later.
Yeah, I'll run you through. We're supposed to have,
Oh,
obviously,
we're supposed to have.
there's some pre-registration, so we may be waiting for a couple of players. But in one's going to be Chris Wilson, in a 3, Carl Swan, 4, Will Smith, 7.
Will Smith?
Yeah, Will Smith.
Oh, we've got to get the music on when he comes to the table.
I'm not sure if it's
Welcome
the
to my-
Will Smith, but we'll find out. 7, going to be Kelly Saxby. I know she's pre-reg. She's out at the moment, I believe, so we'll see her later. May not see her on the featured this session, but she is drawn on this table. And in C8, it's going to be Mo Ralph. And that's the names we got. Should we have a look at what's coming up, Tower? Some schedules, 30-30s over there. While we're waiting for players to take their seats this weekend, 30-30s taking place in Reading South, Leicester and Blackpool. £400 buy-in, 50k guarantee, 30k starting stack. Week 5 we're off to Portsmouth, Bury New Road, Manchester, Glasgow. That's the 20th to the 24th, and final week is week 6, Leeds, Luton, Bolton and Edinburgh. That's from the 10th to the 14th of November. All £400 buy-in, 50k guarantee, 30k starting stack. Good morning to all of you just tuning in. He's off already. We've only just started and he's off.
Look, Will Smith's coming. I'm not. Will Smith's coming to the table.
You're not giving them glasses back, are you? You're not giving them back to him.
Absolutely not. Not a chance. I'm not being funny, but if Will Smith's going to play poker,
Oh, Tower starting the day where we left off yesterday. We will be off with a poker very soon. Tower picking up where we left off last night.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do. As soon as he comes to sit at the table, we'll do it again.
Okay. Yeah, so Will's going to be in seat 4, but just waiting for some players to come in at the moment.
Yes.
As we mentioned, we'll
Morning,
put the
Dave.
chat backs back
Morning,
on.
Dave, Preston. Watching the live stream yesterday.
Yeah, good morning, Dave. Good morning, Luke.
So we are sat waiting. Numbers for the 30-30s weren't bad. Blackpool a little bit poor yesterday, but obviously today's another day. It's Friday. We'll give you the numbers for Blackpool's 30-30 a little bit later. Don't forget, both events today are the main event today, and the Day 1C Turbo, which is at 9 tonight. Hello? Yeah. Oh, Will Smith's a little bit late. Right, okay. Yeah, no problem. Okay, right. Afternoon, Tower and Jay, Strand 20. Looking forward to another fun-filled afternoon. So are we. As soon as that table gets full, we'll start dealing. So we're ready.
Good morning, Chiesa as well. Says someone must have slept well last night. Always sleeps well, this man. Always raring to go, full of energy. And morning to Roy as well.
Morning, Roy.
Dave Preston, what about the Jack 7 hand last night into the set? What a blow up. Yeah. That was a fun one. Definitely a punt. I think Greg will be the first to admit that. But
I think it was. I'm not coming back with
30k. Yeah, he was like, I don't really want 30k. I'm just going to run it here. As soon as he opened that Jack 7 off under the gun, I think we all knew what was coming in that hand.
I think he's just bloody cold.
Yeah. So I'm sure we'll see Greg back today at some point. It was definitely a fun one to watch on the feature table for us. Was playing lots of different hands, getting involved a lot. Always good to see. Good action. Off we go again. Ready.
Absolutely. And don't forget, later tonight, when you start playing a bit of cash from 6 till 6 in all the clubs, the Bad Beat jackpot is live and currently stands at £215,000. £215,000. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and 30% going to the loser of the hand in the bad beat, 15% going to the winner, and the rest, the 55%, is split between everyone playing in a cash game throughout the Grosvenor clubs across the country. Here he is. Here's Will Smith.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh no, is it? No, it's seat 5. I thought it was seat 4.
That's his 5, isn't it?
Will's in 4. Will Smith's in 5. Will Smith's in 4.
No way. Where is he? We ain't got anybody in 5. Come on.
Tower's waiting on the play button. He's waiting for him to walk in. But we're free-handed now, so we will be able to get underway short-handed action. As all are beginning to start. Good afternoon, Carl Davis.
Good afternoon. How are we doing? Love these trees. Nothing better to binge watch. It's a great watch. It is. And a lot of people sit and get in and tune in for a lot of the day, in and out for a few other people, see what's happening, see if the friends are on the feature table. They'll get a message. I'm on the telly as well.
And good afternoon, Pablo Moose and Paul Rogers tuning in as well. As we should just be getting underway. We're going to go straight to the table. We are free-handed. It is short-handed action to start. We will wait for them seats to fill. And EK Dynamo says, let's go. Nuhas, shout out to the Atlas Lions.
The Atlas Lions.
Is that an NFL team?
Nope.
Baseball?
Nope. I have no idea who the Atlas Lions are. They could be a local. They could be a local team.
Moroccan national football team.
The Morocco national football team, the Atlas Lions. There you go. The Atlas Lions. Awesome. They're the third most valuable African national team.
Oh, wow.
There you go. Go the Atlas Lions. Go the Lions. That's what we say.
And Lloyd's going to take first pot of the day, betting his nut flush draw. And good afternoon, Stevie K84. Afternoon, guys. Glad I didn't make too many mistakes on stream yesterday. See you for day 2.
Well done for making it through to day 2. So we are short-handed. It's not anything anybody seems to know an answer to.
We've got 86 players in now, Tower. A lot of people just turning up. Getting Reg.
I don't know if you know where we are in Edinburgh, but where we always sit, we have to block it off at the top, we block it off at the bottom, we put the railings back, we put the curtain across. Nobody's allowed in unless...
Oh, we've got a new T-bell.
We've got a new team. Hold on a minute. Unless, while the action's started, while the action's early.
Yeah, it's early on.
We've got a brand new T-bell. In fact, Mel, can you just hold that in front of that camera? I'm not being funny. I'm not just 1 minute.
Oh, what have we got here?
1 minute.
Tower's getting up. You'll see in a second.
Look, see, this is the best part of the job. This is the best part of the job. We've got a T-bell for Jay. Look, it says Jay's T-bell. Jay's T-bell, that's Jay's T-bell. T. We've got poker cakes. We've got cakes with poker and names on them. And we've got,
Cake sticks.
they're cake sticks with poker signs on the hearts, diamonds, clubs and spades. Obviously we're on a diet, as you can tell.
Mel, what have you got for us?
This is poker now.
Forget for Edinburgh. This will sort us for the rest of the tour.
Tea cakes, which are the greatest tea cakes in the entire world.
Your favourite.
And I'm not being funny. Nobody's having any of them.
Scotch tablet.
Pure
sugar.
Pure 87% sugar, Scottish tablet. And sure. Right, that's my breakfast done.
Thank you, Mel.
Breakfast is so... Mel, you're an absolute...
It'll last us to the grand final.
You're an absolute angel. And I'm glad you're on the stream on a regular basis. And good luck today.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
We have the greatest job ever. We really have the greatest job ever. Unbelievable. The Scottish tablet. You love them,
I
don't you?
will not be having any of them, Tower. Not for me. Not if I want my teeth when I'm 30.
Absolutely brilliant. Thanks to Mel. She watches the live streams all the time. She says, when you come to Scotland, there will be goodies. And there's goodies. Fantastic. Back to the game. Oh, thanks, Mel. Absolutely brilliant. She always watches. the live stream, and now she's playing in her hometown the game she loves. Christy Fletcher. How you doing, Christy?
Good afternoon, Christy.
Hope you well. Came 10th on the... Oh, what's happened there? Why is my laptop just shut down? My laptop's just completely shut down for some unknown reason, and I have no idea why. Oh, it has actually shut down. I was just reading the restream chat. Well, that's a bit bizarre.
Span said it won't last long with Tower. I'll give him a helping hand, get him through all this. Good thing Boovy's not here, so we're going to have more for ourselves.
Unbelievable. Absolutely brilliant. Well, if anybody knows anything about laptops, mine just literally just stopped. Okay. We'll have to get the old chat up on yours at the minute, because my laptop has just decided to close down on its own for no reason whatsoever and stop. Okay. That's a bit bizarre. But there you go. Are we plugged in?
Yeah, you're plugged in.
Plugged in. Come on. Something's gone awry.
Good afternoon, John here.
Afternoon, John.
How you doing?
Okay. Interesting. Queen 2-3 early doors.
Blind on blind here between Amir and Patrick. We're only four-handed. As I say, we will keep track of some of the action first couple of levels, but not too much happening usually. It's just players getting a feel for the table. Lots of small pot poker. Lots of flops being seen, multi-way action. Just went, didn't it, Tower?
Yeah, we were talking mid-sentence and it just literally just died on me. Completely. Not even... It just went. Anyway, we can do without a laptop. Well, we can't, but at all, it's not even...
So just to let you know, before PK gets back in here, if you are commenting on Facebook, I can't see the Facebook chat. That's usually Tower's on his chat box, but he's looking into the case. So I'm just dealing with Twitch and YouTube comments at the moment. So if you do post on Facebook, I'm not ignoring you, it's just not got the chat box up at the moment. Tower's working on the case. Yeah, the old chat box is up and running again. Amir here, ace-3 of diamonds, going to make it 200 on the button. And Jamie wants to defend this, the Jack-9 in the big.
You know Hami's coming. Yeah.
And flops the best of it, top pair gut shot. Amir may not choose to continue this particular board, although the 10 of diamonds definitely a card we are going to be betting. If it is checked to us from Jamie, but it looks like Jamie's going to come in for a lead here. Could even raise this one as Amir, but we are early stages. But the thing is, we are going to have plenty of 10x that check back flop, and has opted to raise it. Big fan, even though this is level 1. Just thinking about the hand, and definitely going to have a whole host of 10x that we check back flop with, so we can credibly rep this card. And as well as that, times that we are called, we've got the backdoor diamond draw as a bit of insurance, and there it is, king of diamonds on the end, and a lovely river here for Amir. Going to be coming in for some value, and Jamie should have a pretty easy fold with his hand once he's been raised on the turn. The main bluff there is diamonds, and the value is 10x, which we were behind to already. So I can't see Jamie paying this one off from Amir. Amir coming for a 2.3k value bet on the river, looks like. It could be 1.4, it is 1.4. Lighting on the table, a bit confusing in the chip colours for me. but Jamie just can't call this one now. On this particular river, we just don't beat anything here. And there is the let go from Jamie. Good foul from him. No need to get stubborn. Probably one of the worst rivers in the deck for our hand. But good afternoon, everyone. If you are just tuning in, this is day 1B of GUKPT Edinburgh. Yesterday, 103 entries, 27 making it through. Ben Teague, our chip leader, just shy of 200k. Great day for him at the tables.
No, I have a dead laptop.
Paul Fletcher, afternoon gents. Are you throwing in a tank of diesel to the prize pool?
Saw the picture of the one with the cards on the table and they're playing with petrol cans.
Yeah. So there's the stacks. As you can see how deep we are, these early stages, 200 big blinds effective. It's just lots of chips. Hour clock. So much time. Don't even mind players taking a small ball approach these first few levels, trying to chip up slowly. Bit of pot control in there. And good afternoon, Miss Dynamite, joining us on Twitch. Thanks for tuning in. Oi, oi. He's fixed it.
Just call me.
Steve Jobs.
Absolutely. Well, it's on at the minute. Don't know what happened. We had a technical. Good job, it's the early stages of day 1B.
And don't forget, everyone, social, Facebook and Twitter at Grosvenor Poker. Find us on YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT. If you are watching on either of those platforms, make sure you hit the subscribe or follow button. Get a notification every time that we are live streaming.
Floor, please, table 1.
Who's come to the table?
Well, I'm quite confused because it's meant to be, we're meant to have Kelly in 7 when she turns up, but Christian did just call Floor over and asked Mike why Kelly, it's not Kelly in 7, and showed him the receipt, and Mike said it's all good, so I'm guessing just to filter out the tables maybe.
Well, Kelly won't be until later because they're having a meeting, aren't they?
Yeah.
Regarding Kelly's just started working for main event travel, and I know she's with the Grosvenor Pros this morning, so they'll be in a little bit later. Kelly will be in at some point during the day, just missing a time on the TV table. Right, you can now chat to me.
Yeah.
I am back.
Tower's back.
Afternoon at Sabre Abbas with us most of the day yesterday.
Yeah, good afternoon.
And it was good to be railing the old Dangadonga last night.
Dingadonga.
No Dingadonga.
The old Dingadonga, Zachabello.
Zachabella yesterday got himself a
30-30 seat.
yeah, £400 token. And we were on the old Dingadonga watch. We are back. We are gremlins. And now the gremlins seem to be having half an hour.
Towers, yeah,
They're having the lunch. Maybe they wanted the tonic tea cakes that Mel's just fetched them.
The King Queen suited in the cutoff. Well, it makes it 300 to go. And Amir with a Jack 9 on the button makes the call, and Patrick just opted in to defend the Ace Queen and action flop.
Tom's has gone on Norman Collier. Oh, well, we better have a check. We better check this for anybody else who have a listen on Twitch.
Let's have a look, see what's going on YouTube.
A little bit Norman Collier. Hey, check your microphone. Hopefully things, Jay's just checking the sound now, so hopefully the sound is okay. Queen 7, 4, 9 is the board. 2 diamonds, 2 hearts. King Queen for Lloyd, Ace Queen for Patrick in seat number 9.
All good on YouTube.
Sound good?
From our end.
Excellent. Sounds okay at the minute. Fingers crossed. Good luck, Tommy Big League Noble. Did Tommy play yesterday? Tommy Noble played yesterday, got eliminated. Bless us, it's a good job. Just another 12 hours to go. You're right, by the way. Hopefully, Paul, just let us know if the comms are alright on YouTube. Jay's just checked it for 20 seconds or so. It sounds okay on this end. Just let us know if it's you or it's our connection. We've had a Chiesa's got the thumbs up saying it's fine on Twitch.
Lloyd's going to get snapped off here on the river. I like the value bet from him. Definitely want to be value betting this one. Unfortunately for us, the Ace Queen of Patrick going to be the best hand. But on that particular river, as Lloyd, big fan of going for 3 streets there. Definitely get called by some worse Queen X out the big blind. Don't really put Ace Queen in our opponent's range when we're 5-handed. We've opened LP and not opted to squeeze.
Just shows you there when the names come up as well. It just shows you who's supposed to be sat at the table, who's not turned up for level 1. John Air says his YouTube comms are okay. It might have just been Paul's connection for a short space of time. Everything seems to be back to normal now.
Stop paying the pot washer so much, Paul, and spend it on the broadband at where you're at the old White Lion. That's probably what it is. He's overpaid.
Have you seen breakfast, Paul? Have you seen breakfast? We've got the Scottish tablets, we've got the tonic tea cakes, we've got the fairy cakes with the Ace of Diamonds on it.
And we've got cake sticks.
And we've got cake sticks. Mel, Poker Mel has done as well.
Always does, every time we're at this leg.
Absolutely. Yeah, Tommy Noble's in seat 7. Yeah, he did play yesterday. I was just checking that he did get eliminated yesterday. Nice one, Craig. Hope things are well. Watching on Facey. See, the big question of the day at the moment is, do we have a banana and an orange for breakfast, or do we have tonic tea cakes and a fairy cake?
I think I'm going to save them for later, Chow. It's a bit early for me in the day for the sugar rush.
Hurricane Higgins, are there big names in the field?
Not that I know of yet. If we do get any big names, let you know. At the moment, though, I can tell you that we have got 88 players in already. And we've also lost a few already as well. We've already had 6 re-entries. So definitely a different start from yesterday. Didn't lose 1 the whole first session yesterday. Jamie 3-betting ace jack on the button versus Tom's open here, perfectly fine with 5-handed at the moment, so going to be 3-betting on a wider range of hands, going to be opening a wider range of hands until his table is full ring. And Tom absolutely smashes the life out of this flop after peeling the 10-9 of diamonds, and Jamie coming in for a continue here with his broad by draw on Queen 10-10, and like Tom's decision, just a flat here. Want to keep our range wide, don't want to start raising, condensing it down this early in the hand. We've got an absolute lock on this particular board. Not going to be the biggest fan of this queen turn though, but what we do need to think here is Tom, a lot of the time Jamie is going to be checking his queen X on the flop. If he's got a hand like king queen, ace queen, queen jack, they're going to be pretty good flop check candidates in a 3-bet pot. So definitely going to be calling again here as Tom, and I think this is where Jamie's just going to be shut down central, because from our perspective as Jamie, it just looks like Tom's either got queen X or 10X, and we're going to have a really tough time folding out those particular holdings on the river. Obviously queen X never going to be folding, and 10X we're going to have to go huge to get a fold. And the 10-9 of diamonds of Tom takes the biggest one of the day so far, 7.2k pot for him.
Hurricane Higgins says, did Jack Hardcastle enter? Well, yes, he did, because he actually played the first ever online main event flight, and he's chip leader. He went through with 160,000. 12 played, 2 made it through. Jack Hardcastle and Paul Rigg both made it through, so they'll be in the day 2 draw tomorrow. Yeah, the re-entry shown will be players registering today who played yesterday. That is correct. If you bust out yesterday, your class is a re-entry today. And if you entered on day 1A and things went well, would I have to play days B, C and D, etc.? No, Connor. On YouTube, once you've made it through, you go straight through to day 2. You can't play another day 1, so you can't play day 1A, get through, play day B, get through again, because you've already got 1 stack, and we don't do choose a stack or surrender stacks or anything like that. Yeah, that's right. No, Ben was chip leader on 198. Jack 160,000, I think it was. But he's definitely through to day 2 with a good stack of chips.
Lloyd Jack 10 of diamonds makes it 300 Amir with pocket 8s not going anywhere. Tom got an easy squeeze here, probably going to make it around 1500 with this action in front of him. Just 5x is nice once there's been an open and a call, like to see it. 1.5, nice sizing choice from him. And if we're Lloyd, we're not folding this hand this deep with position on the 3-better. Well, when maybe we are, maybe just not wanting to get involved this early on. But Jack 10 of diamonds, definitely a hand that I definitely want to be peeling with position. Such a good hand. It's got so much playability. You're going to flop lots of straights, flush draws. Or just trip jacks, it would have been.
Just trip jacks will do. Jack 9 flop. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but the Jack 10 of diamonds out the way, so the 8s of Amir, the best hand at the moment. And oh, imagine if Jack 10 was in.
Oh man.
8 on the turn. So Amir
getting some love in the chat boxes as well.
turns the boat and has Tom drawing dead. Check mark here, and Amir probably just going to be flat in this one tower.
Yep.
See what his opponent does on the river.
And that'll be it.
Yeah, Tom not going to be continuing with ace king here on this particular board, and Amir, lovely turn for him with the 8s, wanting to go for value straight away, build the pot for himself.
Amir Newhouse getting plenty of love in the chat. Hurricane Higgins, he'd say a lot of English and Scottish will travel over here on the 22nd for the IPO. It's going to be mega. Well, we're definitely travelling over because we're live streaming it. We will be there in the Bonington. We cannot wait We cannot wait. Jay's going to try and win a seat. He's going to get himself on the satellite trail and get himself a seat to the IPO. Yeah, we can't wait to go over again, see the boys, Nick O'Hara, Glenn Doyle and all the team.
Well, got action here. This is a little bit of a setup, five-handed. Ace, King and Kings, and Jamie just coming in with a 4-bet here, makes it 3k, so 30 big blind 4-bet early on, and Patrick sitting there with the Kings. And how are we proceeding here, Patrick? We coming straight back with a 5-bet, make it around 7k. Or we just flatten. It looks like he's opted to flat and take a flop, 6.3 in the middle. Flop a 10, 5 deuce, 2 hearts. So I want to be checking over to the aggressor here as Patrick, and Jamie with the ace king suited just chooses to check this one behind. 9 of hearts on the turn, so that's going to take away some outs for Jamie. Ace of hearts now no good, and Patrick checks once more. It's gone check check. Queen of hearts on the river, so the Kings get the check mark, and it's gone check check, and shows him the Kings, which are good. And Jamie not putting a single penny in that pot after his 4-bet was called. I'm sure alarm bells were going off in his head. And plenty coming up, everybody. We've got the Haymaker Knockout Series. This is a great one that the team have put on. 7 tournaments, 3 rolls. We had our first one on Wednesday. That was won by Richard King. Over 1,300 runners in that.
Well done, Richard.
There's 6 more remaining. If you are lucky enough to win a seat in one of those, you'll be coming to the Vic on the start of December, playing 8-man sit and go against David Hay and 6 other opponents. £20,000 added in that one. It's a great promotion, and I'm sure most of you that are tuned into the stream will be playing the free rolls, trying to get yourself to the Vic. And as well as that, Tower mentioned yesterday, it's not just the seat you get, a little £400 for winning one of those as well. So plenty to play for. It's free money if you don't have the Grosvenor client. It's easy to download, only takes a couple of minutes. Sign up, it's all free, and then you can flick yourself into one of the free rolls. And if you are lucky enough to win it, we will see you at the grand final in just under a couple of months' time.
Woo, go Jamie. Hannah Moffat, watching on YouTube while we are in the early stages. Oh, and coming through the door right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. The pan of the card room. Lovely place. Always love coming up to it here. Chris Johnson's menu. He did tell us last night. He was on the train up. The Maccapack himself. Pick your favourite player. Greg Murphy's back. Oh, and he's took his glasses back.
Oh, has he?
Not having it. Eh? Give me the glasses.
There's Craig Dawson.
Craig Dawson, what's Craig doing up here? Did he fall asleep on the train? did he not get off at Bolton?
And then this is the other room. We've got 2 rooms with the tables in. Just to give everyone an inkling what's going on out there. This is the second room.
Is that Mickey Flanagan? It is, isn't it?
Mickey Flanagan.
We're going out. Here. Out. We're off out. There's Dave, working hard. Look at that.
Look at him working hard.
Okay. There's no wonder hands are always wrong. He's been exposed to the boss. Mickey Flanagan's playing.
So we've got a 3-bet pot here, and we're going 3-way. King, deuce, 3, 2 spades.
Watch him, mate. We're going out.
Yeah,
Not out. We're going out.
This is just going Amir's way. Amir being the 3-better in this situation and getting this flop. King high, great for his range, and he's got the flush draw as a little bit of backup. So just an easy continue for Amir, and going to get both opponents to fold. Good start for him, up to 26.
Yeah, Ronnie on the feature table. Let's see a proper blow up, says Dave Preston. Fingers crossed we get him on the feature.
Pocket Kings for Lloyd, making an appearance again, this time for Lloyd in seat 5. Great to have him on the button as well. No one ever gives you credit for a hand. Gets the fend from Tom in the big with a 3-deuce suited, and always an ace when you got kings, as Tao says. But, in this scenario, not.
1 for 1 today.
Comes in for a better 300. There is a will draw here for Tom, so he's going to make the call. Guessing he's calling to potentially bluff some cards as well on later streets. Just sitting here with free height. And the river is the 6 of diamonds, so the 3-deuce is playing the board. So it comes in for a bet of 700. I like this from Tom. If we are calling with our will draw, we can try and come in, represent some clubs perhaps out the big blind. And from Lloyd's perspective here, I was just about to say, it's hard to make the call here with kings. After our opponent calls flop, we block the Broadway draws because we got 2 kings in our hands, clubs completed on the turn. It's unlikely that he's ever going to bet a jack on this river, so once he comes in for a fire, we're only really beating the missed will draws. And the deuce 3 suited, 3-4, 4-deuce suited, all those holdings, which isn't too many. So the king's just getting out of the way and can't fault Lloyd for doing that. And Sam Orledge joining us on this Friday afternoon. Good afternoon, Sam.
Huge game for Sam's favourite team this weekend. Liverpool, Man City, Sunday afternoon. He'll be watching the live stream. Well, he might be there actually. He usually goes to the world famous Anfield. Afternoon, Sam. Hope you're well. Well, you've got the golfing, get the walking done. You don't want to walk too far outside here today, by the way. There's about a 30-mile-an-hour wind blowing you off course.
Tell you what, you look, it's so deceiving. You look out the window, the sun was out, there's only a couple of clouds in the sky. You think, oh, it's going to be a nice day. You walk outside and it's freezing. It's just the wind. So checks through flop, checks through turn, and I think it's going to check through on the river. It is, and Patrick not opting to go for value with his ace-10.
Sam's playing the 30-30 in Reading. Instead, can't get to the match. Well, good luck when you go. Numbers pretty decent in Reading, pretty slow in Blackpool. We're expecting good numbers tonight. We'll keep you updated with what's happening with the 30-30s. Reading, Leicester and Blackpool this week.
I miss Reading on the GUKPT
yeah,
stops.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lovely card room. Nice place. We stayed in the Crown Plaza one year.
Did you?
Oh. We were looking over the Thames. They were rowing and everything.
Yeah?
Yeah. That was a breakfast, by the way.
Saying that, mentioning about legs that we used to go to that we don't anymore, Walsall, 25-25.
Yes.
Coming
back.
up. It is back.
Absolutely.
Walsall is going to be our first 25-25 back. When we got all the details for that, we'll let everybody know.
Yep.
I think it's really good that getting the 25-25s back, it just targets a few more people that £400 maybe out of their buying remit.
Yeah. We had a satellite in Reading for the 30-30, took 11 seats and then 51 played day 1A.
Wow, it's a good turnout.
Good turnout for day 1A.
It is.
Very good. Very good. a very up-to-date leaderboard of the NPL. Ewan McNicholas have a day off.
Ben's breathing down Ewan's neck now. Ewan was pretty clear, but Ben...
And I don't think Ewan's here this week, is he?
No, I don't
and
think
Ben's
he is.
chip leader.
Yep. So it could be the first time in
Well,
a
it will
while.
be with points for entering.
Yeah.
He'll be leader. Ben Teague will be leader.
Wow, and look at that guy. Taylor's dropped out of the top 5 as well.
Spand is there. What will happen going forward from now on in? It was confirmed that for every £20,000 collected for the NPL from now until the end of the year, a 10,000 diamond package and 2 5,000 platinum packages will be added. So keep an eye on the news for the National Poker League, because going forward now, because it's been such a stupendous start after lockdown and after we started again, and the numbers have just, as you know, you've been watching the live streams, the numbers have been incredible, and all the monies have been collected. So just be aware that things might change on the diamond packages and the platinum stuff. Always keep check of the thing. Will McMurray down at 10th. Dan Stacey, he's moving up. Craig Dawson, and that's what see Craig Dawson
Craig, that's
now.
probably
He's in
why he's
Edinburgh.
here.
You
That's
see,
why
he's
he's
on
here.
the outer tables. He's chasing the points. He's up to 12th, and Phil Walker up 10 places to 15th. So there's plenty to play for. The last leg, we do believe, of the NPL this year is Blackpool. Is it back to the Blackpool 30-30? I do believe in later in the year. So we'll keep you updated at all times regarding the NPL. It's brand new. That is the up-to-date news on the NPL.
I've got to say as well, you talk about the Dinga Donga yesterday, Tom Bacon, Goodwill Punting, that's a great username as well. Goodwill Punting.
Afternoon, Bill. Bill
Afternoon.
Davis watching on Facing.
Afternoon, bingo.
Bingo, Bill Davis. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Wherever you're watching, whatever country, whichever continent you're on. No news from Tenerife this morning as he's on his way back. Tony Bedford watching the live stream yesterday at the side of the pool. Sent us a picture. Which we didn't need to see. But he was watching, and he'll see us in Luton. Hiya Burge, do we have a date confirmed for the NPL playoff? I don't think we do. I'll send a message. I'll send a message to see if we've got the confirmation of the date. Hopefully, it's going to be live streamed down at the grand final in London. The final table of the NPL. We think it's going to be live streamed. Hi Neil. He's played his round of golf. He's watching in Portugal. The sun's shining. They have twilight golf in Portugal.
What, floodlit?
No, where twilight golf is a cheaper round of golf because you might not get 18 holes in because of the time. So you pay a less price. Say you tee off at 5 and it's going to get dark at 7. You're not going to get a full 18 in. Twilight in the Algarve, when you go and play golf, starts at 1 p.m. Me and a mate went about 3 or 4 years ago. We played 36 holes at twilight. Not a bad turn card from here.
Oh! Where has that come from?
Wow. Bet. I've got the king, I've got the ace. Wow.
Bet praise cool.
Very small pot. Could have been a lot bigger. Christy came 10th in the closer. Well done, Christy. What a good effort. Came 10th in the closer. £25,000 closer. Will be on Monday.
And if you want to win a seat into that closer for free on Sunday, we do have our live stream free roll.
Yeah, we do.
First prize is a seat into our closer on Monday. It is a 2-day event. I should make you aware online. But if you do like playing your free rolls on the client, free rolls going on every day. We have £50 free rolls Monday to Saturday and a £200 free roll on Sunday. Is that for me? Does that mean I've got to go, or does that mean you've got to go?
Oh, poker Mel. Gee, you absolute genius.
Early stages.
The bankroll ready for Christy. Off to win Blackpool. Be lovely to see you.
It's been quite a start for us. Here he is. Here he is. It's Will Smith.
No way.
Will Smith.
Oh,
seat
man.
4. He's come to the table.
Unbelievable. Amazing. Here he comes. Here he comes. Here he comes. Great. To the table, Mr. Will Smith.
Bernie says, how many chips Amir got? He started off well. I think he's got around 26. Here he is.
Yeah, obviously the thing is, early stages you get all the hands, and obviously they're all going to be small pots, but it's all the building process.
Exactly right. You've got to be taking all this information in a lot of the time. You're going to be on this table all day. There'll be players coming and going, but you've got to keep switched on. Try and take in as much as you can. Be maybe little things that may seem irrelevant that you may pick up on that could really help you later on in the day when you've got a marginal decision.
Afternoon, Bernie. Have you been streaming this morning? Any FIFA going on? Give him a follow yesterday on Twitter. We'll have to watch his Twitch going on as well.
So Tom checking back his middle pair, which I like to see. Now coming in for the value on the turn once it's checked to us twice. And probably might go for thin value on the river, but trying to think what we're going to get called by. It's only really a 7 that we can target here. Maybe some 4x that Patrick can have in the big blind. This is close, but go either way depending on opponent. But a lot of players might just check this one back, but he's going to do the same here. Sometimes we can value own ourselves against hands like King Jack, but just opts to check this one behind. Only really targeting a 7 there if we want to come in for value.
King Jack, one of these ones.
decides to open 9-8 in the hijack. Patrick just going to flatten suited ace on the button, and William defending the jack 8 in the big blind. 3 to the flop, king 9 deuce and rainbow. And if Amir here is going to continue this, yes, we've got middle pair. In terms of range, this is one of the best boards we can get for our range. King high, very dry. And just comes in for the C bet and takes it down with the best of it.
If you do want to keep up to date with the numbers regarding entries for Edinburgh, the Poker Live app is free. It's available to download, and it gives you information on every event, cash game that is going on nationwide, Grosvenor poker related. It currently tells us there is 101 runners so far for day 1B. 101. Only eliminated 4 players so far. Steady start. It was yesterday as well, wasn't it? We didn't have an influx of eliminations yesterday, but we lost 4 players so far. Collected is just short of £150,000. Buying for the rest of the day and day 1C, which is the turbo, at 9 PM. And the green flicking into day 2. At the start of the day, 17 big blind if you want to do that tomorrow.
So Tom here, raising to 300 with the king queen, and Lloyd should be free betting this one more often than not out of the small. Comes in for 3.75x, looks like it, 1100, which is fine, just shy of 4x. Want to be sizing up out of position versus the opener. Tom's here, open under the gun, and we've been free bet out of the small to the strongest positions at the table pre-flop. So he might just take the disciplined approach here like that and let it go. Just going to be in a dominated spot a lot of the time. Yes, we have position, but just chooses to let that one go. So Lloyd making it 300 with the king queen suited. It's called in 2 spots. Amir making a bit of a loose pill in the small, queen 5 suited, but wants to get involved and gets a lovely flop with the queen 5 of clubs, flopping flush and gut shot, draw. Ace on the turn though. And this is top pair for Tom, and now Amir just comes out firing here with the queen 5 of clubs. Probably prefer a check raise here rather than just the lead. Ace-X definitely going to be in the buttons range. I know in this case it's not Lloyd just with king higher, but Tom with the ace-jack. And looks like 4 of spades on the river, so ace-jack of Tom going to get the check mark. And now it's down to whether Amir wants to bluff at this, and he is going to bluff at this. So not really representing too much here as Amir on this particular river. We've got a hand like 8-7, 2 pair, that's going to check. So we're basically repping flop straights, 5-6. 4x shouldn't really be betting the turn. So it's like ace 7, ace 8 and flop straights. We're not going to lead the turn with a 4. And then we've got a lot of bluffs. We got missed flush draws in there. We got missed gut shots. Hands like 9-10 up and down on the flop. 10-7's missed as well. I just can't see how Tom's ever going to not pay this one off. And there is the call. But maybe Amir's got to be thinking about his value range and what bluffs he's going to have there. And the bluffs just heavily outweigh the value. And in these situations, they're the situations where you want to be bluffing less. When you think about what bluffs you've got in the spot and what value you got, when the bluffs heavily outweigh the value, it's just usually not the best spot to be bluffing, especially against competent opponents who are going to come to that conclusion.
Afternoon, Gary, watching on Facebook. Afternoon, Jay and Tower. Pixie in the building. And what do they have to sign? Is it a fill-out form? Yeah, it's literally just a GDPR that we can just use your name on the live stream. And you're in the building, and it's you who's sat in the correct seat. But are you, man? Well, we've had a delivery from Mel. Poker Mel's been in, Dave. How come you're on a break already? You've only been working an hour. You've been working an hour. You've been caught on your phone. Boss has rang me. You've been on video.
Only 250 people saw you, Dave, on your phone while you're action tracking. It's.
And we've got the Scottish tablets.
We got a few witnesses. That's all we're going to say.
We've got the tonic tea cakes. We got the. You can take one. You know. You can have one. You can have one. You look like you. Yeah. Poker Mel, she's awesome. It was so nice of her to come in, and obviously the old butter shortbread fingers. That's it. Breakfast sorted.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We'll
save you one, Dave. But you need to be quick.
Chiesa, to answer your question, no, everyone in the field will sign them. So,
yeah, every table.
Yeah, every table. It's just so you can be posted on the Grosvenor web, on the Facebook page when we're doing updates.
Yeah, chip
counts as well.
John Patson says, when is Blackpool GUKPT? Well, the full festival starts on the 26th of 27th of August. August? The 27th of October is satellite night for the 30-30, and then it runs all the way through until the 7th of November. So 27th is satellite night, 28th is when the main event, May 30-30 starts. Full schedule will be released, but it's very close to what we have in Luton. In fact, I don't think much is going to change, and we'll try and pull that up very shortly with what's happening in Luton. It is on the app, the Poker Live app. All events for Luton are on the app live now. It'll be on social media today, but Luton and Blackpool's schedule we do think are both identical.
It's open from Will with the ace-10 suited. Lloyd's going to free bet the ace-king of hearts, and Tom makes the cold on the button. And if I'm Will here this deep, closing the action, getting this price, going to be flicking it in with the ace-10 of spades. Want to see a flop with this one, and it's three-way action in a free bet pot. 2.9 in the middle already, and Will Smith flopping the best of it. Hope we don't see Will come in for a donk here, though. He is coming in for a donk in the free bet pot. Yes, we flop top pair, top kicker, but got to be wary that opponents are still going to have overpairs in their range. Does opt for a donk of 1.1k in a free bet pot, and Lloyd here with the ace king of hearts got some very nice backdoors. Might be coming in for a float here, Tower, this particular hand. And the thing that Will does here, he's not going to donk a set. Deuces, fours and tens, not going to donk in this spot. And as I always say, what you do when you are playing against good opponents, you just cap yourself a lot of the time to one pair holdings. And Lloyd here coming in for a raise, in fact, with the ace king of hearts, representing jacks, queens, kings and aces. He has all these hands in his range, but he's going to be very aware here now that Will's basically just going to be capped at a 10 a lot of the time. He's just going to have a 10x type holding almost always here, and then I'm guessing we're going to see Lloyd apply some pressure, but Will just comes straight back in with a free bet, makes it 6.2k. So free betting top pair here, top kicker. And what we're doing with ace king of hearts now is Lloyd, we're getting 4-1 on our money. We got position, but just lets it go. And Will free betting the top pair, top kicker. Worked on that occasion, but most certainly not advised in the long run. Very unorthodox line there from Will Smith. It's one of them situations I talk about a lot. We're only ever getting called by better. Fold out all the worst hands. We want to keep some bluffs in there of our opponent, and it's just horrible for us when we get called in that spot. 6.2k at this stage. It's 62 bigs. So a lot of chips. Try not to be results orientated on the feature table. Try and look at it from a long-term perspective always. Yeah, that play on that occasion turned out right, but definitely want to veer away from that in the long run. Oh, is that Kyle? God, he's looking sharp. Kyle Swan, Swanny's boy.
He is. He's looking sharp.
Yeah. Oh, tons of weight. Wow.
Does that mean Swanny's in the building?
Yeah, Swanny must be.
Don't offer to shake his hand.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to tell. Yeah, fist bump.
Might break your knuckle, but just give me a fist
bump. Social distancing is still here, so I'll just be like, no, mate, we'll just. Jack 6 deuce. I've gone 6-way here. Jamie with the best of it, turning trips. I think, if I'm correct, that might actually give him the check mark. Oh no, 4 on the river for Patrick. Is the only way we're going to lose this one as Jamie. After we fire here, just not getting any action from any opponent. Patrick can't call with the 4s. So blinds are up. First time today.
Blinds up.
Now playing 100, 100, 100. Ante coming into play.
You know how Greg's took his glasses back?
Yeah.
He didn't use them last night.
Because yeah, I know, yeah.
And he was all in.
Yeah, I know. I think he was a bit steaming Tower. I think there was a bit of steam coming off of him, and he just forgot about it. And obviously, he lost the pot before.
Maybe he only uses them when he thinks he's going to win.
He ran it, didn't he, against Ed Swales. Big bluff, went for 3 barrels. Ed had a boat, just called him down the whole way, and then was just running it last hand as soon as he opened that Jack 7 off under the gun. I think we all knew what was coming. He was going barrels. Opted for the check raise shove actually on the turn with just Jack high, no equity, and ran into a set drawing dead. But I think we didn't see the glasses because maybe a little bit of steam. It happens sometimes. You need that 10-15 seconds. Let your emotions run, but then you got to get your head back in the game. But I think it was to do with just the 30k stack as well. Greg not happy with 30k, wants to come back with more, so we're going to have another bullet today.
You can't use that.
I think it's time.
Ring for tea, it says.
Tea for 2.
Ring for tea, it says on it. Brilliant.
Ace 10 of clubs in the cut-off for Jamie, making it 300. Carl on the button here with Ace Jack. Like to see continue. It looks like in the form of a free bet. Like it a lot. Versus cut-off open. Going to be free betting wider. And Ace Jack off, good hand to do it with. Definitely can be in there. And get a lovely flop as well. Jack 6-3, rainbow, top pair, top kicker here for Kyle. He's going to like this flop, so expect him to be coming in for a continuation bet here. Don't need to go big. Opts for 1200, just north of half pot. And a quick fold there from Jamie. Kyle going to pick that one up.
Plenty going on online over the weekend as well. Don't forget on Sunday we'll have a day 3 book regarding Grosvenor Sport. They'll be compiling odds for the remaining players on Sunday. Look forward to seeing that.
And also get on the Grosvenor Sport for tomorrow as well. Have you got some pennies saved up? Because Towers Treble, it is back.
Yes.
Raring to go. We're due. We are due, guys. So I feel it. I said it yesterday. I feel like this is the Saturday. We're going to come back after the dinner break. We're all going to be happy. A bit of money in our pocket. But make sure you're on the Grosvenor book for that as well. And on Sunday as well, we have a live stream free roll. That is password protected. We give the password out for that on Sunday as always. But if you win that one, you get yourself a seat into the GUKPT closer, which starts on Monday at 7. That is a 2-day event, just to make you all aware. So you will need to be available to play Tuesday night as well if you do make day 2. Looks like Amir just amping the aggression here early on. Carl's opened in the cut-off here with Ace Queen. Carl near the top of his range, so won't be going anywhere here with this particular holding. Going to make the call in position. Heads up to the flop between Carl and Amir. Kyle
flop
gets a lovely flop for him, and he should get a bet out of Amir here if we're free betting this hand out the big as Amir. I'd like to see it continue on this board. Don't need to go too large. We can offer a very small size in. It's ace high. Bet 600, and if we are Kyle, just want to be flat in here. No need to raise. Maybe he's counting out raising chips, but the reason we want to be flat in here is you think about hands that Amir's supposed to have, like the times he's got hands like this, king queen, queen jack, king jack, jack 10 suited, all these type of holdings. We've got nigh on drawing dead with our particular holding here, and we want to keep all those hands in, so we're just going to flatten position, which is good to see. Try and pick off some barrels on later streets, and we get a lovely turn for us, the ace of hearts giving us trip aces, and this should be slow down territory here for Amir. We're going to struggle folding out hands like 9s, 10s, jacks on this turn. Ace-X is never going to be folding in a million years, but Amir just coming in for another barrel here, and I'm not sure what we're trying to target to fold. Need to be running these things through our head all the time. Can't just be honestly betting and just firing away. It needs to be calculated in why we're firing. Like all we really fold out here is, I guess, some pocket pairs that got stubborn, maybe some 7s, 6s, 5s, especially this size as well. Flush draws aren't going to be folding in position. So what does this target, this particular size that we are trying to get the fold out, that is already in front of our hand? It's only a small variety of hands, so I'm not sure if we should be bluffing this particular turn, but does come in for it. Credit to him, at least he's willing to go for it. And the king of spades on the river, and we've got a pretty clear check here now. As Amir, we've picked up showdown. We go ahead of some hands, and Kyle would love to see him come in for value here, and potentially small value as well. Amir's going to continue barreling here. He's got a hand like queen jack of spades, jack 10 of spades. He's definitely going to fire this river, so we're going to have the green light to value bet as Kyle, and comes in for a 3k value bet. Very nice size in, trying to get called by potentially some king exit picked up on the river, maybe some queens, jacks and 10s out there. but played this hand very, very well. Has Kyle and Amir just don't beat anything here, Tower. If Kyle, think of Kyle's calling range on the flop, it's ace-x, some pocket pairs in there, 9s, 10s, and flush draws. Once this ace comes on the turn and he calls our double barrel, it's going to be very weighted towards ace-x, and he was getting 4-1 on his money, so he's still going to call with flush draws. So we lose to an ace. We were ahead of flush draws, but we're not beating him. Wow, he pays it off.
He does pay him off.
And Kyle's played that one to perfection, got the maximum there, didn't raise flop, didn't raise turn, kept the bluffs in, let our opponent catch a little bit on the end and got nice value.
That bag that Mel's just walking past the feature table with was full of goodies. Happy birthday, Harvey Norris, watching on the rooftop pool in Rome.
Happy 30th, Harvey.
Well done, Harvey. Congratulations. Have a fantastic time in Rome. I've never been to Italy, not yet. I'm going to meet Chiesa next year, I think.
Enjoy, Harvey. Yeah, well, I think we need to go out there. When we got a couple of weeks off, we should have a little trip out there.
I think we will.
I think Chiesa would look after us.
Yeah, and good afternoon, Yanis. Yanis, hope you're well, my friend.
Oi, oi. How are you doing, Yanis?
The Latvian bear. He is a super lad. Miss you, Yanis.
It's not the same, is it?
They're playing. Yeah, well, Harvey, have a great time in Rome. Enjoy the rooftop pool. I'm guessing it's not raining. Have a fantastic time. There you go, you see. Already been invited to Florence, Harvey. Chiesa. And apparently makes a mean pizza.
So William continuing with his middle pair. Catches a gut shot draw on the turn to go with it, but that turn's going to give Tom 2 pair, jacks and 6s in the big here, and Tom going to come straight in for a raise here against this particular size. Makes it what looks like 12. And wow, non-believer. And the non-believer finds the river. That's going to give him a straight, and they want to be betting here as well now. We want to go really small, try and get called by some 2 pairs out of the big blind here. Tom's not going to have too much ace-x, and a lot of the time we expect him to lead ace-x. I'm actually a big fan of this size from Bill. Big fan of this going quarter pot when we got the straight with a 9, and we've been paid off. Very nice there from Will. Optimistic turn call, but once we hit the straight on the river, big fan of the size he's opted to go for. Try and get called by 2 pair. Ace-x shouldn't really be out there. Expect that to carry on betting. Shouldn't really have any ace-x in the big blind that raised turn either.
So enjoy Rome, enjoy your birthday, enjoy the weekend. So we've got Harvey Norris in Rome, we've got a C4 somewhere in Italy. Chiesa lives in Florence. Where did his C4 end up? He went somewhere, didn't he?
Somewhere in Italy, wasn't it? Somewhere. Going like round the coast, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think it was on that trip. Oh, I think he's off to Marrakesh, I don't believe. What a life. Still watching the live stream wherever they are. We're here in Edinburgh for the next 3 days, crowning a champion sometime on Sunday.
We're in seat 6, owning the Jack 10. I'm choosing to continue this one. And Patrick checks his 2 pair twice. And Amir not bluffing at this one on the end. Good to see Amir playing in seat 6, one of our live stream viewers, always tuned in on Twitch. Always nice when we see players that are fans of the stream that come and play themselves. It's always nice when they have a deep run as well. Not got off to the best of the starts here, Amir, but still with plenty. 11.8k is more than enough at this blind level on this structure. So pocket kings for Kyle, making it 300 under the gun. Tom going to flat the king 8 diamonds on the button. That's going to bring Jamie in with the queen 8 in the big. He defends for 200 more and free weight to this flop. Jack 10-7. Carl just going to come in for half pot continue here. Definitely a board we can incorporate some checks in with kings here. Got to worry about button ball in range. This is a flop that will hit Tom quite hard a lot of the time, but in this case just with king 8 of diamonds not much he can do but get out of the way, and Jamie follows suit in the big blind. Pick up there for Carl with kings. He'll be happy with that on that particular board. Happy to take it down there. A lot of bad turn cards for us with our particular hand.
Luton is on its way. In 2 weeks' time, the team will be there doing the live stream.
Yes, we will.
But next week, on the 6th of October, next Wednesday, the main event satellite has 5C guaranteed £80. Unlimited re-entries. For the main event, 80 quid to get into a 12.50. Is that right? Wow. I thought Wednesday was a satellite for the 30-30s. I'll have to check that.
I think that is correct, Tower.
Is it?
Yeah, because the satellite for the 30-30s is usually, what is it, 40 I think it is, £40,
right, okay.
yeah.
Got you.
Yeah, so I'm guessing that is right. But
Right, yeah.
it's unlimited re-entries as well,
Yeah.
so I'm sure they'll hit the guarantee on that one. It'll be a good turnout.
It will. And then the first day one is the 50,000 guaranteed 30-30, £400 buy. Starts at 7 p.m.
I will be donating to the prize pool
You will.
on Thursday in Luton, so it'll be great to see some faces.
$223 runners so far. Don't forget, click on the Poker Live app. $109 today.
And people said Edinburgh would be small.
Exactly. Exactly.
I think we're going to hit 300, Tower, at least.
The prize fund is over £150,000. And there's the rest of the day to go. Great numbers yet again.
Jamie says Lloyd is from Aberdeen, decent player. So Jamie opening the King Deuce on the button, and William defends his option with the King 3 suited. Queen 5 Deuce Rainbow. Just continue and a quick fold. Jackson Suya for a minute, makes it 500 under the gun. And just raise and take for him. Don't forget everyone as well, social media, follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter, and / GUKPT for YouTube and Twitch.
21 outs, definitely not. Are the GUKPT main events usually this close together? Leeds finish Sunday, Edinburgh starts Thursday. Aren't they usually a few weeks apart, or is it because of the pandemic and getting them in before the end of the year? Exactly that. Edinburgh was on the list when Coventry was on. The restrictions didn't lift in Scotland quick enough to have a full GUKPT, so we went to Coventry. Edinburgh then had the restrictions lifted, and they talked to the casino and the tour, and they put on the event that's on now. And regarding the rest of the year, yeah, there's normally a 3 or 4 week gap in GUKPTs. Maybe sometimes there's been a 5 week gap sometimes, which I think to myself is a little bit too long. You finish the event, you build it up, you build up the audience, you build up the game, you get excited about it, and then in a month's time you start having to wind it all back up again. Well, this year the numbers have been incredible, and everybody's just literally looking at the calendar saying when's the next one. And that's why we started in July and just about done a full schedule by the time we finish in London come Christmas time. M10 Dembele.
That's Dan Gormley, that is.
Dan, likely been looking after the isolation. Hope you're feeling good. And Jamie Kirkbride says, Lois from Aberdeen, decent player. Aberdeen. Right then, is it Sunwich tea cake? Is it a Ace of Spades fancy cake? Is it a white chocolate stick with the Ace of Clubs on it? Or is it an apple?
Well, I know what it's not. If we had to get rid of one of them 4 options, Tao, I can guess which one's going to go first. Maybe later for me. Maybe later. Aces for Patrick under the gun. Raises to 300, gets a call from the A7 in the blinds. This is going to be done with on the flop a lot of the time, but Patrick incorporating a check with the aces. Love to see it. Trying to induce something from his opponent.
Yes, 7 of spades, he's going nowhere now.
That's exactly what he's done. He's induced a bluff on the turn. Obviously Tom with a nut flush draw.
Misses.
I don't actually mind Tom coming in for a bet here, Tao. I actually like it. We're going to get snapped off by the aces, but like you don't expect Patrick to have like King X and aces in his check back range. He doesn't look like the opponent that would start incorporating these into his check range, and he's actually gone for thin value as well here from Patrick. I'm actually a huge fan how he's played this. Got probably the maximum out of his opponent playing it this particular way. We bet flop the hands over. Nothing Tom can do here but get out of the way, and Patrick very, very nicely played, sir, with the aces. Tom's like, wow, didn't expect you to have that.
He's in the building, the Dingadonga.
Dingadonga.
The Dingadonga is in the building. Congratulations yesterday on your £400 30-30 seat. Is the £750 the smaller buy-in going forward, or will it return to £550? I think because everything's been such a huge success, I can't see why they revert back to £550. And also, with the £400 buy-in of the 30-30 travelling around the country now that fits that kind of buy-in, that things would revert back to a £550. Just surmising myself. Obviously not in discussions with price tags of any kind of pricing, but I think the 750 has worked really well. And as the numbers have shown in Coventry, Leeds and now Edinburgh, that it's not out of the reach of the local players. Yes, it's the first time back for a lot of players. And yes, there's still not much competition out there, but that's not GUKPT's fault. But the numbers have been fantastic everywhere they go for the 750s. So, I don't know. The actual answer is, I don't actually know, but that's just me thinking behind it. I'll go.
Yeah,
It's
towels
all right,
off.
you stay in corner. You stay in the corner. I'll go.
Just like when I think there's a little misstep, I will mention it, but when someone does something I really like, Amir here checking back the King X on the flop, I think this is a good hand to incorporate into the check back top pair range. Unfortunately for us, the ace has rolled off on the turn. That's not going to happen very often, and bad little river for us, as Amir may pay this one off now once another ace rolls off. You expect Jamie to carry on betting with his flush draws on the flop, so probably going to exclude that from our opponent's range. But we got a clear check back here now, as Amir, well, I say clear, he's reaching for chips. What are we targeting here, Amir? Oh, okay, that's good to see. But like I know we can see that the ace rolled off on the turn. It's not going to happen very often. It's only going to happen about 1 in 13 times. But definitely fan of the check back with the King 5 of hearts. Obviously we're going to call turn and probably fold with river face with a bet. And Roy asked, do you think we'll see the deep stack back? Let's talk of it. I know the 25s are coming back. The first one's going to be Walsall. When we have the information and dates and schedule for that, it will be released, but could definitely be coming back, the deep stack. I know they're online at the moment, but obviously with all these unforeseen circumstances over the last 18, 19 months, obviously got to get everything back to normal, and hopefully 2022 will be the year when everything does start getting back to normal. Have a whole schedule for the GUKPT for the year. The Goliath's back as well, the 10th one, that's going to be massive. Patrick check ball in here with the ace king, blind on blind. Jamie not choosing to barrel for a second time. Jack of spades on the river, so the ace king will get the check mark. Patrick checks this one over to Jamie. Jamie just gives up with 10 high, says ace king is good. Steady first session, as expected as always. This is what we are expected to see. Slow start, just because of how deep these players are. It's an hour clock, plenty of chips to work with. Don't have to go mad these early stages. Here he is, look at this, thank you very much. I got it. Thank you very much. Have a... Right, go. Let's have one of them. Gonna have an apple. Apple for me, orange for Tower.
They're amazing. They're like little cakes. They're like little cakes.
Little mini magnums they look like.
Apparently, there's the same amount of calories in one of these as there is a banana.
Really?
Mm.
I'll remember that. I'll remember that.
And a pound of grapes. Oh, Camel's the best. Oh.
Super Kim, any talk with a Christmas cracker this year?
No. I still think it's a logistical headache getting the deal. Obviously, the Christmas cracker was run in different regions. If I was to bring it back myself, I would make it smaller version of it in regions. I wouldn't have it spread over 6 or 7. I'd probably have it in 3. So say the northwest, I would probably just go to Bury New Road, Bolton and Blackpool, just those 3. If I was to do it in Scotland, I would probably just do it in Dundee and in Edinburgh or Glasgow, one of those 2. If I was to bring it back myself, I wouldn't spread it around, because I still think logistically it's still a bit hard to manage. Don't spoil it, Super King.
Oh.
These grapes are amazing.
I don't know if Mel's tuned in while she's watching the outer table, but they are lovely, they are. I don't think I could eat more than one, but...
What, an hour?
Well, no, just really, really sweet, aren't they? Really sweet.
Everything's sweet in Scotland. They fry everything.
Lots of support for Amir in the chat. Stu Quell says, come on, Amir. And C Bottomley rooting for him as well as Gordo. As I said, he's one of our live stream viewers, always watching on Twitch.
Chris.
Big chunks at Leeds.
Good to meet you, Chris.
Yeah, Chris, you got your own following you did in Leeds. There were people tuning in just to see you in the old hoodie.
If you'd have seen the chat over the week, where's Pineapple Man? You had a cult following. Good to meet you in Leeds. And being a good sport, you know, being a good sport with the hoodie. We bought the hoodie in lockdown to play online poker, and he got a cult following in Leeds when he turned up on the live stream with it.
That's so good from Carl there. Just folds jacks against aces pre-flop. Just realises once Patrick's 4-betting, it's never 10s, it's never 9s, probably not ace-king either. I knew he was behind and just didn't even get involved with the jacks. Lost minimum there.
Oops.
Oops.
Chris Vernon's not got the commitment that Katie Swift has. Katie drove overnight.
Yep. She had to fill up. You heard this story, Tower?
No.
So, Katie drives a smart car, I believe, and she had to fill up 4 times on the way.
times.
She had to stop 4 times at a petrol station to fill up her tank again on the route up here.
Why not get the train? I don't understand that bit.
Maybe she just enjoys the drive. Do you reckon she listens to the
Yeah,
same song?
I know. I totally understand the independence of having a car and stopping when you want to and having half an hour when you want to. But an 8.5 hour drive, which took 11 hours with stops and everything.
I know. I've always thought just when you're down south, just fly up. I thought that's always been the easiest way. Little quick plane, 45 minutes, you're here.
Absolutely. Plenty of people do that, and now their flights are getting easier to book. Somebody was trying to sell 10 litres of petrol on Facebook for 50 quid. Well, they need outing. They need outing and just like ignoring. I remember the petrol strike in the year 2000. We had a huge petrol strike, and I was driving wagons at the time for Coca-Cola, and obviously back in them days we'd only just got mobile phones, and we were trying to contact. We actually had a phone with a cable in the cab, and we were ringing everybody up to try and find out where petrol was, and it was a proper petrol strike. There was no tankers leaving That was it was a strike with the tankers. We couldn't get any petrol because the tankers weren't leaving the refineries. There was no petrol whatsoever. And there was a petrol station near the depot, about 2 miles away from the depot apparently. And he was selling it. And at the time the petrol was something like 60p a litre. And he was selling it at £2 a litre. Because he knew.
Yeah.
And everybody who fueled up at that petrol station says, we will never use you when we go back to normal. And he went back to normal, and within a month he'd shut down.
There you go.
The greed was ridiculous. And everybody said, we will never use you when we go back to normal, because you're just taking the proverbial. And within a month he shut down because he just didn't have any business. And that's what people do, unfortunately.
Well, this is
Oi,
action.
oi, what a gin turn card
That
for us
is
that
the
is.
most action turn card we
What a
could have
gin
hoped to
turn
see
card that is.
in the deck. We got Will here turning the stones with Ace King, and Tom here got the second nuts with the redraw to the flush. So definitely going to be some chips put in this pot. But Tom here not going to raise. Couple of reasons. Obviously, the first one being Will can have Ace King, being the pre-flop aggressor. The other reason being we want to keep bluffs in there. If Will's just barreling off with like a random hand here, like an Ace 10 or just Ace 5 suited, something random like that, we want to keep his bluffs in here. So there's no need to raise for us here as Tom. Yes, we have the second nuts and a flush draw, but boom!
Oi, oi,
There it is.
Service on the river.
So if we're going to check again over to Will, and Will wants to be coming in for value here, tower. And there's the value bet of 1,000. And if I'm Tom,
I'm raising.
yeah, we've
I'm
yeah, of course
I'm
we're
raising to
massive.
6.
I'm going very big here, tower. We've already seen Will's one that doesn't like to fold. We saw the hand with the Ace 10, and there is the raise from Tom. And Will's just never folding this hand from what I've seen of him.
Yeah,
He makes
48
the
in the call. He's rivered the flush, the back door. He turned Broadway. He got rivered.
Yeah, it's pretty cold. Pretty cold.
Stu Bowman. Have we got a nice hotel? I tell you what, we're in the Marriott. It is lovely. Really nice. Literally a 3-minute walk from the Maybury Casino to the Marriott. Good for after work when we finish at 1 AM. And good to walk in. To be fair, over the years we've stayed in a lot of places in Edinburgh. A lot of places. For some reason we stayed in Haymarket one year. That was a mistake. It was £20 in a cab to get in everything to work every day.
That was on purpose. That was on purpose. That's because I'm sneaky. He hesitated as well. I think he thought better.
So good afternoon and welcome to Edinburgh. Numbers are getting really good. Plenty of people watching on our social media outlets, wherever they are. And don't forget you follow us on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. And watch us on 3 of those 4 platforms. You can also watch us on the GUKPT website and also this week on the Hendon Mob. Best place to stay in Luton, distance-wise. I'd say the Premier Inn. There's the Premier Inn and the Ibis, literally across the dual carriageway, which is less than a 10-minute walk. They're the 2 that are most popular with poker players around there.
Oi, oi, the one push.
Oi, oi, one push.
We might see him in Luton Tower.
Yes.
If we're lucky.
Is he still the only person that's cashed in every GUKPT's played in?
Could be.
Unless
one
they've only
bullet as well.
Unless they've only played one. Yes, we've had players playing one cash and not play again.
3 bullets in 3 different locations, 100% cash rate. The one push, Eddie Johnson. And that nickname's not a poker nickname either.
21 ounce. I'm sure it's a Premier Inn.
Yeah, it is a Premier Inn.
Is it?
Yeah, is a
It's
Premier
on the
Inn.
hill. I don't know what it is. No, it's not near the not near the Genty.
It's literally like Taz. It's not even 10
It's
minute
literally
walk. It's 5 minute
It's
walk.
literally 5 minutes straight across the dual carriageway. If you want to play Frogger, across the dual carriageway, then it's even quicker. Best place to stay in Luton is London.
Cheers, Anthony. Thanks for tuning in, mate.
Yes.
And Julius.
Thanks, Anthony. Anthony Farrow, watching on Facebook.
Jesus says, can I advise a little more detail on the 30-30 and how it works? Well, it's just it's a 40-minute clock. Should we pop it up, Tower?
Stick it up.
We'll stick it out. There we are.
Right there.
Over there. Buying's 360 plus 40. That's the same wherever you go location-wise. You can play the online day one on the Wednesday before. You can bag up and then choose which location you want to play at. It's 50k guarantee all these tournaments. It's a 40-minute clock throughout.
I think initially it was called 30-30 because it was 30,000
and 30k starting stack.
30k starting
and a
stack.
30-minute clock in Italy.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, well, the first one was a 30-minute clock throughout, and then it got changed. So that's why the name's still the same. But it's now 40-minute clock throughout.
Yeah. And it's now 50,000 guarantee.
Yeah. So you have a choice of day ones to play. If you do bag up for one of the day ones, then you can come back for day two on the Sunday, play down to a winner, eventual champion for that event, be crowned.
And if you are looking at the information regarding 30-30s, if you go, and I keep saying it and I've mentioned it a million times on the live stream, the Poker Live app, the 30-30, information is there. We go live to Reading and it will tell you exactly what you need to know regarding what is happening in the 30-30 that started yesterday in Reading. So you click on Reading South, you go to the tournaments, you click on day 1B and it'll tell you there it's a 40-minute clock, starting at 30,000. There are the flight yesterday had 51 entries.
You got the structure there as well.
Structures there.
Everything you need on the Poker Live app.
Tells you the blind structure, which starts at 1-1 with a 1. It's literally a 40-minute clock. 1-1 with a 1 is the first level. And all information is there on the Poker Live app. It's a free app. If you play poker on a regular basis, you need it's essential.
Especially if you are travelling around the country trying to get some national league points. All the information you need can be found on the Poker Live app as well. It has structure down there. As well as that, cash games on there as well. If you're sitting at home, you fancy a bit of cash, you can have a look at your local club, see what's running, put your name on the waiting list or lock up your seat, whichever is available, and be straight down to the casino to play.
Orcus 81, he says, don't stay in the Red Lion unless you want to be up till 3 AM. The Red Lion is the closest pub to the casino. We've actually stayed in there before. Yes, they do have live music and disco downstairs. And it's banging us like the walking area, they're everywhere Luton, so it is loud and it is noisy. And eventually you will sleep, but as Orcus says, if you want an early night, don't stay in the Red Lion.
So we're making it 400 here. The Queen 10 suited and the hijack. Tom got King Jack here, can go either way. All three options open in his head. Surprised that he did let this one go. Probably down to a mere stack size. Probably just didn't want to get involved. Yeah, we are still 77 big blinds deep, but just thought better of the King Jack. Thought it was going to be call or free bet from him, but just took the disciplined approach and let it go. That's fine as well. Can't lose chips if we're not in the pot.
Aye, 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 aye. Les Fenton's in the chat box on YouTube. Also worth mentioning that there's an additional 30-30 at Luton next week. Yes, there is. It's the start of the GUKPT festival. Les Fenton, second Goliath winner.
Huh?
The second Goliath winner. If it's the same Les Fenton that is in the record books. Outlasting 1,954 runners, by the way, in the second ever Goliath in 2012. That was when there were only 5 starting flights, and took home a nice chunk of 35,000 for 100. and £20 buy-in.
Do you know what, Patrick? He sat there. You wouldn't think he plays like this, but he plays like a youngster. He's checking back aces on king high flops. He's free betting ace five of diamonds. I love to see it from the man in seat 9. And continues this board. Yeah, we're going to run into ace king, but like the size he's opted to go, he's gone very small. Give ourselves a nice price on taking it down. And Jamie here just going to flat the ace king. No need to raise here. Want to keep some bluffs in from Patrick. Oh wow, Jamie has raised here. Definitely maybe a little bit of a misstep from him. It is a very small size from Patrick, but obviously maybe we can get called by king, queen, king, jack. But we're going to fold out through queens through sevens with that raise. Want to keep some bluffs in there. Definitely something you don't see a lot of no more, raising top pair, top kicker, especially in free bet pots as well. It's just a rarity nowadays. But Jamie just happy to take the pot down there perhaps. It was a really dry board. Potentially could have induced something on later streets. We had Les drawing nearly dead, Patrick drawing nearly dead. We got 15 minutes left on the clock before we head out on the first 15-minute break of the day. A bit of a fun table coming after the break. A few ladies coming to join us. Natalie Bromley, Mel's coming on. Mel Simpson. Katie's meant to be there, but she will be turning up a bit late today. And Craig Dawson, always a fun fixture to have on our featured. I must say, I'm really enjoying, love what I'm seeing from Patrick on this featured table. Don't judge a book by its cover. So Tom, pocket eights under the gun, will be raising this one up. Makes it 300. And William going to get involved with the ace-5. Does have the button, so you're going to have position post-flop on every street. Wants to get involved with this particular holding. Lloyd's in the small with the 7-1 gap up. And 4 deuce defends the big. King, jack, deuce. Complete whiff for everyone. The pocket eights of Tom. Still the best hand here. This one checks through. 10 of spades on the turn. So the eights still actually got the best of it here. 9-7 suited picks up the double gutter. 2 on the river, and somehow the eights are going to hold 4-way on this particular. Oh no, Amir's river trips. Amir's going to take this one with the 4 deuce. Waiting for a bet perhaps.
Who's got the deal, says Will. And it is the Les Fenton on YouTube who won Goliath in 2012. Still living the dream, that man. Ace 7-6 is the flop. Tom outflops Amir.
Amir, after raising, going to come in for a bet. 5 on the turn. Probably just going to see Amir check this one now, but looks like he's lining up some barrels. This is a card where all the gut shots are going to either make a straight or a pair, so it's going to be hard to fold these out. So I like the decision to just slam the brakes on here on the turn and check fold.
Heading towards first break of the day. And the new table will be with us for level number 3.
This is good. Patrick's really impressed me, Tower, this first session. He's been doing a lot of good things, and just here, like, not flattening ace jack, just understanding it's blind on blind, this hand's a monster. We've got positions, just 3 bets it up, and we're going to take it down there. It's been very, very good to watch. Something I always appreciate, good poker, no matter who it's from. So ace jack suited for Amir, wants to be opening this one, makes it 400. Raise and take for him. Opted for the 4x open. No action.
So the numbers still keep increasing as we head towards the first break of the day. The Poker Live app does tell us all the information that we need, and it tells us that during day 1B there are 118 in total.
Yeah, we've got 2, 3, 3 entries total at the moment. If you're watching, Kev, I'm sorry, it looks like
233 plus the 12 online.
And Kev's line was 278, and that looks like it's going to get smashed.
Yeah, we thought you'd nailed the line, to be fair. No cash tables running just yet. Bit of interest, but only 2 or 3 people waiting for cash. There's no cash table open at the moment. As soon as there is, we'll let you know.
So I'm going to open 4x again, this time with the ace queen. And looks like we're getting some resistance from Jamie here on the button comes in with the free bet with the Queen 4 of Hearts. Don't mind it. Good to incorporate some bluffs into your free bet range. We've got suited hand here, a little bit of removal with the Queen in there. We've got position over the original opener. So Jamie just amping up the aggression here.
298.
So a flop where Jamie's going to be continuing here. Lots of good backdoors for us, and we're only sitting here with Queen High. Potential to just take the pot down here. Comes in for 1.1k continues, so just south of half pot, and Amir with the ace high, not going to be going anywhere. So 6 diamonds on the turn. And probably going to see Jamie just give up on this one now after our c-bet's been called. Fine to just be done with the hand.
Check, check. River pairs up.
Yeah, we've got a pretty clear check as Amir here. Just want to get to showdown of our ace queen. Praying for a check back from Jamie, and Amir's going to show him the ace queen, which is good. Well played from him.
Yeah, absolutely right, Jelly. Surprised with the numbers last night in the 30-30 in Blackpool. Hopefully he gets going tonight, and you'll be there on Saturday. Yeah, a very slow start in Blackpool, but Friday and Saturday should be busy.
Yeah, Kev, you are on a bad run, mate. I'll tell you what, we'll do in Luton. I'll pick the line, and I'll give you the small edge. Definitely an edge when you get to choose overs or unders. I'll tell you what, I'll be even nicer than that. I'll pick the line for the rest of the year. Luton, Blackpool, grand final.
Okay, you.
Yeah.
I'm feeling all generous.
Yeah, give him a chance to.
You weren't very generous when that rang, though, did you? Eh? None of that. Oh no.
I was the one that rang it like that. It says ring for tea, not.
It does.
So Amir getting loose under the gun. 9-8 off. Maybe thinks he's won a couple of pots. He's going to play the momentum. And role reversal here. We saw Patrick have aces and Kyle have jacks about 25 minutes ago, and Kyle was able to get away from the pocket jacks against the aces pre-flop. Can Patrick do the same? He's going to call here. It's a slight different scenario from before. It's just the 3-bet we're faced with. Kyle was faced with a 4-bet when he passed the jacks pre, so Patrick just calling this one out of position, and this is a flop that's going to get him in trouble. 7-4 deuce rainbow, and could be some chips put in this one. Kyle comes in for a continue, comes in for what looks like 2k, so gone for 40% pot. Just under half, and Patrick not going to be going anywhere with his pocket jacks. Oh, he's found the 2-outer on the turn.
The 2-outer.
Just the nuts for Patrick here, and Kyle got no reason to think why we don't want to carry on betting this one. We want to continue barreling, get some value from 8s, 9s, 10s, queens and kings that didn't elect to 4-bet. But Kyle, Spidey senses going off, checks behind, and the river is the 7 of spades. And Patrick now going to come in for a bet here, and Kyle just going to snap this one off. So, a bet of 4,700 from the looks of things, and Kyle here just cannot fold here. In a million years, it would be bad to fold here as Kyle need to be calling this one, and does make the call. And very unfortunate for him there.
Yeah.
Great check back on the turn, I might say, though. It's a very good check from him. It's definitely saved him some money. But that's just a cold turn card for him. Been playing well this session, and unfortunately just ran into a bit of a cold deck.
Brian on Facebook says, Tower, the Poker Live app's showing 9 o'clock start with a turbo, which is correct. It's also, but it shows 60-minute levels. The app at this moment in time can't show different times for different flights. So it's a 20-minute clock for the turbo. It is advertised at 60 minutes, but obviously day 1A and day 1B are 60 minutes because they're proper flights. And the turbo flight is a 20-minute clock. It normally finishes around 1 AM, but at this moment in time the app can't change time level time changes on the app at this moment in time. So it is 20 minutes, Brian, all the way through in the turbo, and the turbo normally finishes around 1 o'clock, just after the main event finishes. Hope that clears that up. Just over a minute on the clock, and then we are out the door. This could be the last hand.
Yeah, a minute. Just over a minute, as Tower said. And Amir, free betting the 6-3 suited here, facing Carl's cut-off open. Carl going to peel the suited ace with position on the free better. To the flop.
6-7 Jack, 2 downs.
So Amir does catch bottom pair here. Looks like going to come in for a continuation bet, and I think Carl's just going to be done with a hand on this particular board. We do have a couple of backdoor clubs, backdoor 4-5, potentially can take it away from Amir on a later street. And we are getting over 5-1 on a call. So all them factors taken into account, Carl thinks we're going to see a turn.
He's leaving it, he's leaving us. It's the last hand of the session.
Yeah, it will be the last hand, and Amir coming in for barrels here. Just coming in for barrels. The bottom pair. What are we trying to fold out? This particular hand goes, which we are ahead of. And that is that for the session.
We're losing Will Smith.
Tao was going to stay here, have a little jam for the next 15 minutes.
We will see you back in 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be
See
back
you later.
just after 2:45. See you then, everybody.
Like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call free bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, you know, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop. So I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked. And, you know, there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so, yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack. And I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, oh, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, Nido as well. As I'm but yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, he wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long, you know, like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered pocket fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, you know, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe, you know, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, you know, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, you know. And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, you know, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroid.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from number one, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And you know, it was weird. Like, even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like, I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party. I met them through, you know, I met them 10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the GUKPT circuit.
Yeah, he'll be like, why are you
in Manchester? This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's birthday is on Valentine's Day, and so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like, we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. But I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up, have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well, because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there.
Ulterior motive.
Yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where I'm dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online, because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we were all chatting, you know, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this, chip stack or whatever. And he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks. And after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting like two mates kind of thing, adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two. And then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted, because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad, because he was still in. And you know, at first he just wanted to make the money, he had a decent stack. And then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong, because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You know, you're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king 9, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Sarnar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button, like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style, I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes. And then Surinder's in the tank because, you know, he's probably pot committed at this stage, made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds. But obviously he's, you know, he's got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls and they flip over the cards. And Surinder had like Jack 5 off. And I was like, oh, wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop and it came 7-8-9. He just flopped the straight. And he was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand and you know, got to the final table and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM. And my dad was just, you know, going for it, putting them in a coffin and ended up getting heads up. And yeah, the rest is history. Like it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, you know, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash for the next year of my life. I had to like focus more on live poker because I was like, I can't have this for, you know, forever. Everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So yeah.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of the Champions as well, and that's his only 2 Ender mob. Like that's the only 2 cashes he's got on the Ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because you know he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of it when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me whenever I go and see him, I go to his house to play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like the
just
like 100 times
with the
buy him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up or we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just to me it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like even, you know, all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also like I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2 I think on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1. But I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping your view or whatever. And I was like, what the, you know? So we had a bet. So I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, you know, most people, if they got that much money running on it more than the buying of the tournament, would sort of, you know, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, you know, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him and, you know, start barreling away, but he folded on the turn. So I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, "You're an idiot." But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun.
Oi, oi, back for the second session of the day.
Great to see people wandering back in for another 2 hours of poker. We are on level 3 of the day, and there's our favouriteest person. There's Mel Simpson. She's usually on our feature table. Katie Swift is supposed to be on the table. I don't think she's in the building.
Kate's supposed to be C5, but she's not arrived yet. No. She may arrive this session, but as going to look through who we got. We've got 4 ladies. Well, we got 3 ladies if Katie's not here. In 1, it's going to be Natalie Bromley. In 2, David Weiss. In 3, Michael Conroy. In 4, Ali Ahmed.
Oh, and Natalie's there, isn't she?
No, I don't think so. I haven't seen her either. But it says she's got 19k, so I'm guessing she is still playing. Katie will be in seat 5 if she does arrive this session. Mel Simpson, as we just mentioned, brought us our lovely goodies.
Yes, and there's plenty of them.
Get us through the weekend. She's going to be in 6. Craig Dawson, entertainment man, usually on the featured table. And seat 9's going to be Fionn O'Donnell.
Let's do it again. Hello, Mum.
Oi, oi.
How you doing, Gail?
She's back home.
How's the holiday?
I'm guessing Annie went for a night. Back home now.
Back. TJ's there.
Yep.
Just managed to flick in 3 bullets yesterday in an hour.
Good old Terry.
There's Natalie. It was National Podcast Day on Tuesday, and Natalie was doing a Burnley FC podcast. So in Leeds, will be cashed big in the latest GUKPT in Leeds. Is Adam playing today? I'm guessing so.
Yeah, if Natalie's here, you'd guess Adam's going to be here as well. So we're off.
Let's do it. Next session, 2 hours long. This table to entertain us. Good afternoon, everybody else here in the chat, wherever you may be around the world, watching the live stream from Edinburgh. Quick turnaround straight from Leeds. No, we don't normally run GKPTs this quick, but 2021's been a little bit different.
So David opened the first hand on the gun, makes it 500 to go. Craig gets out of the way on the button. Looks like Natalie just going to opt to defend the pocket 9s here. Heads up to the flop. King 4-3, 2 hots. And, David not electing to continue after it goes check. Might see Natalie come in for a bet now. Feel fairly confident that our opponent hasn't got a king, the 1 over card, so good to see from her. Betting the 9s. And gets David out of the pot. Natalie takes the first one of the session.
Doc 1709 is watching from Cairns in Australia.
Good afternoon, Doc.
Wowzers. Can't wait to get back over and see my niece who lives in Darwin. I don't know what the plan is for visitors into Australia. She was saying it might even be 2023.
Wow.
By the time they allow visitors into Australia. And I'm not sure what the update is, or if there even is one. But usually, I've been 3 times over Christmas up to Darwin and enjoyed Christmas in Australia. But at this moment in time, we are not allowed in. So you'll have to let us know what the update is from Oz.
So now opening the King Jack here in the hijack. It's 2x. And gets David to call the dominated hand in the big blind. So heads up to this flop.
It's 9-9.
Expect Mel to continue this board. It's ace high. And continuation from Mel, as expected. She's going to take that one.
Paul Sanders says they're opening up in December this year. Oh, did you see Brandon Shields' post?
Yep, I did.
That's not good.
That is not good. Apparently, there's a big shortage of dealers. So
Brandon Shields has gone over to Vegas to play the World Series. The first event is today.
Yep, the 1K.
The 1K. He's queued for 3 hours on the alternates list
And he's still not in.
to get a game. The late reg was 3 hours, and he didn't get in.
He was in
And
the
he
queue
was
for
asking
3
the
hours,
question,
yeah.
if I'm in the queue, will I get a game? That's not good for the first event of the year. Doc says the borders are still closed, unfortunately. Keen to get back over to the UK after your trip was cancelled last year. Yeah, well, the borders are still closed. Hopefully they will open up. You've got to realise now that the strain is nowhere near what it was, and we need to get back to normal. And if an airborne virus gets you, it's just one of those things. And hopefully we get through it all. But can't wait to get back to Darwin and see the niece.
So we've got Craig here with Kings.
You know what's coming.
Craig Dawson makes it 1.3k with the Kings. Won't be folding this one because it's not Queens.
I think it's out of the way with his ace deuce.
So Craig going to take that one. So running across the bottom of your screen there, guys. Everything to do with online. We've got the closer 7 PM on Monday. £110 buy and late reg until 10:30 on that one. Satellites every night. £5 rebuy and add-on to get into that one, as well as £30 freeze out. So you can get into it for a £5, you can get into it for 30 quid. And then the Haymaker Knockout Series, as we've been talking about a lot the last couple of days, and in Leeds as well. It's a great promotion. Free rolls running for that one. If you do win one of them free rolls, you get an invite to play an 8-man sit and go.
Katie Swift has made it.
Yeah, she has.
There she is. Been out for a team meeting lunch. Where did they go?
The
Somewhere
Witchery.
posh.
The Witchery.
The Witchery, near the Royal Mail apparently. Looking to do direct flights to Darwin soon. Oh, yes, please. Oh, yes, please, ladies and gentlemen. Up the Cherries. Is that Bournemouth?
Yes.
Up the Cherries, auditing Hull. Good afternoon, watching on YouTube. Is there a way to see updates from the other tables? Not with camera-wise. We do chip counts and a pan of the room during most levels, so we'll give you those when we can. But regarding cameras, we just concentrate on our feature table, which culminates into a final table on Sunday. But if you do want an update, I know Amir's just left the table, so there won't be much of an update at the moment, but if you do want an update a little bit later, we'll try and run out and get you an update for you.
So Craig, he's got the ladies. I thought he's going to fold for the stream lens. Look at him dwelling up.
He's had the kings, he's now got the aces.
He looked at the camera there, he knows what we're thinking.
Yeah.
Last time Craig was on our feature table, he did just pass Queen's pre
He did.
to a free bet. Just folded him, snap folded him in fact.
He said he didn't fancy it.
Yeah, and
was it.
that's what that it was definitely a little bit of Hollywood there for our cameras.
I
on
think he
the
was
feature.
smirking at you as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, I
And
think he
inside
was.
he's thinking, oh, no ideas, what do I do with these?
So Craig making it 600 Theon. Gonna call the Queen Jack suited. David gets out of the way with 4-3. Looks like Michael wants to make a loose pill on the button with the Jack 8.
4-5-7.
And Katie was in with the King 9. And Craig with the overpair here. Gonna continue for 700. Michael here with 2 overcards and a gut shot and position, and does. Katie's got an easy fold with the King 9. She gets out of the way, heads up to the turn between Craig and Michael. Ace of diamonds on the turn. And
Check, check.
just a set on the river, just in case for Mr. Dawson.
I'm not getting a penny out of Michael, unfortunately, but he doesn't know that. And he does get out of the way. You need to get back out interviewing people. Get the Superman suit back on. Hey. So, early stages of this session, and Jamie Nixon, after the Grosvenor Pro meeting, is at the tables with Katie Swift, Rick Trigg, and the likes of Ludo's in the building. There is one of the most decorated poker players, not just in Scotland but around the world. Ludo Gaelic. Kelly
Saxby,
new member of Main Event Travel, and is now playing up in Edinburgh. So
TJ
talking away to TJ. Spand is in the top 5 of the National Poker League.
definitely making a run at it. Last,
He had an awful day in Leeds where he got all the chips and then had a bit of a sick ending.
yeah, the old 4% job it was,
Yeah.
wasn't it? 1 and
Flopped a set and got rivered.
2 out on the river. All the money was in for chunks. Now we've got someone who's just brought in, coming to the table. I'll find out who that is for you guys shortly.
I bet you feel better watching him win. Yeah. You'll feel better him winning.
Our next stop is Luton.
It is.
We are going to be there ourselves for live stream coverage in 13 days.
When the Scottish Schools Championship. And you know the tears are in your eyes all the time.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Exactly that. How old is your grandson?
Well, he's 25 now, but he was 15 when he won the under 15
Does he still do?
No, he fell off a roof. He fell off a roof
Oh God.
and he done both his
Is he
ankles.
alright?
No, he
But he's stopped his running career.
3 ladies at the table. Everybody normally asks how many ladies are in the field. Well, 3 of them are sat playing on the same table. Natalie, Katie and Mel.
No, probably not anymore, PK now.
Nice to see that his whole lordship Ludo slumming it with the commoners. Nice one, Danny. Nice one, Danny. Ludo in the building.
Just raise and take there with the 6-3 suited for Ali.
Ludo's in Leeds.
He was in Manchester as well. He was in
was.
Coventry. He's just been supporting the tour, old Ludo. Great to see him.
So Barry, you've just won £47,000. back on the case. Barry Neville, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Barry.
Living the dream in Sheffield. Big Sheffield Wednesday fan, old Bazza.
David finds aces, early position. Looks like he's made it 800 here. Opts for the 4x.
Yeah. I'm not seeing him.
And Craig in the big blind, not folding this one. Could have potentially folded it against this open size. Faced with 4x.
9-10 Jack.
Flops an up and down though. With the 8-6 does Craig. We definitely have some checks with aces here on this board. Jack 10-9 rainbow. But David just coming straight in with a bet. And Craig not getting involved with 8 high up and down. Is that interview anywhere on the internet with Barry? I'd love to watch that one. Will you be able to find it somewhere? That's the question I'm asking.
It could well be there. A lot of the footage was there from the Channel 4 days.
What a line. So Ali, 3 suited. Okay, he's going to fold this one in the hijack. Mel's going to do the same in the cut-off. And Jonathan, room for us to open on the button here with a Queen 10. Just had a little glance over at the big blind stack. I know that Fionn is pretty short. Potentially could have shoved this, Fionn. Button open, we've got 17 big blinds. King Jack suited can just be moving in here a lot of the time. And now we're probably just going to have to check fold off of our stack size. Expect Jonathan to be continuing this one high frequency, and we're just not deep enough to float here as Fionn. Definitely could be a hand we're floating with if we were deeper, but in this scenario with our particular stack size, just going to have to get out of the way. But definitely would have preferred to see Fionn just move all in here pre-flop for 17 big blinds over a button open. Button's going to be opening lots and lots of hands. We're just going to fold out so many of them. And the times we are called King Jack suited, it's going to fare well in terms of equity against our opponent's range. And equity's running closest pre-flop, so if you're ever going to get caught at it, it's always best to be caught at it pre-flop. You're still going to have equity within the pot, more equity than you would post.
Not much, just the odd different haircut. I think that's the main thing with a lot of people, though, isn't it?
I like going through all of the various shades of reds and violets in your head.
Never is that, even though sometimes.
Queen Jack of clubs for Katie, opens to 400. Craig on the in the cut-off here with the pocket 5 setups to 3-bet this one to 1.1. Natalie with the 4s in the small blind. We are fairly deep here, but in the small, might just choose to let this one go. We got Katie behind us to worry about as well. She can still 4-bet her hand. We're unaware of what she's got. Katie with the Queen Jack of clubs here though, this deep. Hopefully see her call, take a flop with this particular hand. We are out of position. We're getting a decent price, just under 3 to 1 on our money. Great playability with a Queen Jack suited, and happy to make the call and take a flop.
Here's 2-6, 2 spades.
If Craig's going to continue this particular board, which you expect him to do, it's ace high. Always talking about ranges and how this board's going to favour the 3-better. So Craig just comes in for a continuation bet. Did have the best hand, but gets Katie to fold Queen Jack, which would have had a fair amount of equity against us. 2 overcards.
You need to hear Barry's story about Phil Oakey's hair. Yeah, I'm old enough to know who Phil Oakey is. Phil Oakey is the lead singer with the Human League. Absolutely. He made a guest appearance on Top Gear when they did the Sheffield one with the 3-wheeler, the Robin Reliant. The Robin, yeah,
the one that only falls in horses,
yeah.
three-wheeler, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they did a Top Gear with it about the three-wheel.
We were speaking about only falls, weren't we, in Leeds, and that one when Dell's on the quiz show and he gets frozen out, he's getting all the questions wrong, and then they go, how many wheels does a Reliant Robin have? And he's standing there like he's frozen out, he can't answer the question. It's still one of the greatest shows, I think, ever to grace this country. Never gets boring. Yeah, nice from Michael there. This understanding, button open. Going to be a lot of hands in there. There's now the dead flat from the small, more money in there. So just comes in with a free bet with a Queen Jack. Takes it down uncontested. Pre-flop, nice to see there from Michael Conroy in seat 3.
BGS Scotland, BSG Scotland. We had a full chip count from overnight that we started proceedings off today. Chip counts today will be up during the day. Big stacks. Usually at the start of every session. If there's an individual chip count you need, we'll try and get it to you. Last night, Ben Teague was chip leader on 198,000. How many made it through?
27.
27. 2 and 7, 27.
Fives for Jonathan. Natalie here in the cut-off with aces. Incoming free bet you expect. Does free bet. Makes it 1.6, just over 3x. Like the sizing choice. Michael here with the eights. Probably gonna say cold call here in the small, but opts to let it go. It looks like Ali has a decision in the big, but he opts to fold. Back round to Jonathan here with the fives. Facing free bet from Natalie in the cut-off. We are deep enough to make the call here with the fives. Times that we flop a set, we can potentially win a big pot. So Jonathan going to make the call, going set mine in.
10, Queen, 6, all hearts.
Yeah, so Jonathan does have the 5 high flush draw. Natalie with 2 black aces, so do have an overpair to the board, but there are 3 hearts out there. So I'm just going to fire here. Try and get some value from some potential Queen X and 10X. Obviously we want to deny equity to the single heart hands like one Jonathan has here. Don't want to let a hand like this specific one realise equity with a low heart in it. So comes in for a bet and just going to take that one down. The fives can't continue.
Afternoon, Cook Brad.
How are we doing, Cook Brad?
We got brought in something today that nearly outshines the chef of Bradders. Mel Simpson treated us to cakes and buns and all sorts this morning.
Yeah, Chef Mel.
Chef Mel now, absolutely.
You've lost your title, Brad, until we get some goodies brought into the comms booth.
It's got to be Luton, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be.
He's only 10 minutes away.
It's going to be Cook Brad for the duration of the tour, unfortunately.
Absolutely. Sure, we'll see you in Luton for the next leg, starting on the 7th of October. 6th of October is main event satellite night.
So we've got 7-5 suited for Michael. Going to open this one on the button, makes it 500, and Ali here going to be free betting this one more often than not. We're in the small blind here, so want to try and potentially get heads up with a button. If we call, Katie's going to be more inclined to defend the big, then we're splitting equity 3 ways. When we go post flop as well, assuming we're playing in flow and the aggressor C bets, we're going to be sandwiched between button and big blind. But Ali just opts for the more passive approach and just flats the pocket tens.
Queen high flop, Queen 5, 7.
Does have the best of it here. And Michael actually flopping bottom 2. After opening, flops the best of it on Queen 7-5, and the 10s of Ali. Going to have to call once here. Only one overcard to our 10s. Can't just immediately give our opponent credit for a queen, so we'll make the call out of position. And Katie's got an easy fold with her particular holding.
60 diamonds on the turn. There's the flush draw, the straight draw.
10s does pick up a diamond draw. check. Ace on the river. And if this is check to us, I'd like to see a value bet here from Michael. Yeah, this is good. Just understanding the fact that Ali in the small blind, a lot of the time, if he has a 2-pair plus hand, he's going to be coming in for value a lot of the time, trying to get called. But wow, he's paid it off with the 10s, and he's going to get the bad news. 7-5. Thinking, should have 3-bet Bree.
Yep. Good afternoon to all those on the live stream, says Nigel Brampton. Good afternoon. And can we request Jamie Munro, Hammy Broch, to the feature? He's very fishy. Well, if he gets picked out, I'm not too sure it's an individual one. Very fishy. He's a bit of a fish, bit of a loose cannon. Well, if he's on one of the hour tables that's accessible to the feature, you never know. 132 in today. 249 total. So is it 249 live and then 12 on top of that? Cheers.
So Michael with the jacks. Going to open this one. Makes it 600. Action on Katie in the small. She's got 5s. Not going to be folding this one. So should just be calling a lot of the time. Looks like she can't have 3-bet and chips. No, just a call. And Mel gets out of the way with a 9-4. So, oh no, it is a 3-bet from Katie. Makes it 1.6 with the pocket 5s. And Michael just going to flat the jacks. I guess this is probably to do. Katie's just seen Michael open 7-5 suited on the button. She'll be aware of that. So straight away just attacking that part of his range, which we can get a lot of folds from pre-flop. But once we get this run out, Katie now coming in for a bet on the turn, representing the ace. She's going to be a lot more ace-x heavy than Michael, and we're actually going to get the better hand to fold here. But Michael does have a gut shot. He is getting 4-1 on a call. It's unlikely that jacks are ever going to be the best hand the way this hand's played, and Katie gets the best of it to fold. Nice play from her. Just from a range perspective, that board's going to be a lot better for us as the 3-better than it is for the caller. I like them all 21 outs. There
yes, we love them all.
We love them all.
We love them all. Sheffield's going to play in a minute in Luton, as he can't play the 16th and the 17th. And is there any odds on Terry Jordan making the final table? I wish there was. But no, Blair, it's only a day 3 book on Grosvenor Sports where you can have a little flutter on a person that makes day 3. 21 hours. The sitting on the fence answer didn't wash.
No, they've all got their own good qualities about them. I love what Katie does for the ladies' game. It's really great. She gets a lot more ladies into poker, which is what we want. We want more at the tables. Obviously, it's a male-dominated game, and the more ladies that come through the door, the better. But Katie is a big ambassador for ladies' poker, and it's great what she does. She puts a lot of work in off the tables to get a lot of them involved. And she's done a great job of doing it over the last couple of years as well. There's so many more ladies that come and play these events now because of Katie, and I know she has a little Facebook group that you can join if you are a lady that wants to get involved in poker. You can drop Katie a message and she'll welcome you in, and she'll obviously give you advice and guide you through. Trig is just a beast. I love what he does. I love how he plays. He's just one of them opponents at the table that you don't want to be up against. He can play any given situation differently. And then Mr. Nixon, one of our newest pros, lovely lad, plays very, very well from what I've seen when I've been on the table with him in some side events. Obviously does very well online as well. Speaking of the last one, Andy Hills, he's under a rock somewhere. I'm unaware where Mr. Hills is, but haven't seen Andy at all this year. But Andy very, very good when it comes to game theory and very calculating all his decisions. There's so much that goes on in his head when he's making every decision. They've all got their good qualities, all our pros, and They're all lovely people as well off the table.
Yeah, what happened to Andy Hills? Is he not playing any live stuff? Nobody. I don't know if he's just decided that 2021's not for him. I'm sure we'll see him again, that is for sure. He does play the pro game, the online sit and go that they do have. But he's not playing any live tournaments as yet in 2021. Maybe he's just decided that 2021's not for him.
So Michael putting on his loose shoes there. This is a very loose open from early position. Jack 8 off, just going with it. Craig going to flat the 10-9 in the small, and that's going to bring Fee on it. On the looks of things, is he called here? And Theon gets out of the way, so heads up between Michael and Craig. And if we're opening the Jack 8 off EP, this is a board that we want to be continuing. Opts to just check behind, and this is a turn. Now you expect Michael to be continuing on, but Craig just comes straight in with a lead of 300 here. And it should work, should get the Jack Eye out of there. And there's the fold from Michael. Surprised to see him not continue on Queen 7-7 Rainbow. We are opening loose from EP. We want to be continuing quite a decent amount of time on those type of boards, paired boards, Rainbow, no straight draws out there. Like we're only going to ever get continues from Queen X and 7X, so it's hard for our opponent to catch a piece of that particular texture.
That's some cups of tea.
Oh no.
that lady there just reminded me you haven't moved your butt yet.
I'm enjoying the action
Good
tower.
That's all right then.
Do you want me to go? You want me to go?
Well, you know what I'm saying.
I'll have a little one.
Go on, then. I'll have an iced water.
It's only
please.
early stages.
Thank
so.
you very much. I'll have an iced water.
Just an
Thank
iced
you.
water.
A big pint of.
I think I'll have the same.
Thank you very much. So flop time as Katie has pocket nines, Craig ace jack and David in C2 initially raises. Craig gets out of the way with the ace jack, so it's heads up to the flop. We're a little bit behind the action here, unfortunately. 10-3-6. 4 of clubs on the turn. And Katie bets the turn and wins. Yes, the cold iced water. Thank you very much. What happened to Joe and Jeff? I think it was just a change in sponsorship regarding the online sponsors. A bit of a revamp. Joe's now a live bookmaker at Ascot Races. I'm guessing he's doing very well.
I'm surprised we haven't seen Jeff.
No, and Jeff, just because the sponsorship stopped doesn't mean you carry on playing poker. He has won a GUKPT, he's final table more than any other player as well. Plays good poker. I'm sure we'll see Jeff at some point. I'm guessing with the online sponsors, it's because the online team sponsor the players, not live. the online team that sponsor the players that you see with the patches on. Maybe it's, I don't know, maybe there's a budget that they have to hit, and obviously with COVID. But obviously the NPL is going to bring in a new pro for next year, because the winner of the National Poker League,
and we got Jamie Nixon,
will have a
obviously.
20,000 sponsorship package. So maybe that was the thinking behind it. And we've not seen the online team to have a chat as well either. Obviously they can't get over from Jib. We normally meet up for 2 weeks at Goliath, and we've not seen them.
It's Natalie firing again here. Natalie, David and Michael got their glasses from the same shop. It looks like they're... I've got a pair of them as well.
Yep.
And Natalie going to get the check mark. Complete break for the ace-9 of spades. Huge, huge flop for Michael. But not getting any action. And Natalie just firing away. Did actually have the best of it.
Ben T will be top of the leaderboard after this week, because he gets points for playing. And there we go.
There we are.
He's only 1.08 behind. He gets points for playing, and he will be top of the leaderboard by the end of this event. There we go. You and Nicholas play the online leg, which means he gets points for that as well, so maybe not. So it's very tight at the top, and it's going to be intriguing to watch the two battle it out. Ben was chip leader overnight, 198,000. Yeah, it is a great story, the National Poker League. It has meant the top players are starting to travel around with the tour, getting the points. But there's a lot of prizes up for grabs and a lot of money involved. So why wouldn't you?
Blind on blind here. Both players catching middle pair. David has Michael outkicked. He's going to check call his Queen 8. Probably going to see this turn go check check, as we do. And Jack of Diamonds on the river, probably going to be the same scenario here. But David actually coming in for thin value there with the Queen 8. So now opening 6-5 suited under the gun +1. And Michael going to call with the ace-10 in the small, and Ali with the suited 9-3 getting this price. He's happy to flick it in over 4.5 to 1 on his money. King 6, 2 diamonds. Mel flopping 2 pair here. Lights here, bet this 1 tower. We've got 2 pair. It's hard for either our opponents to have a king with 2 out there. We want to just deny equity to potential overcards that are out there. There's some bad turns that can come for us. That's not one of them. But she might elect to check here now, simply because there is plenty of King X that can be out there in the small blind. 7 spades on the river. And Michael checks once more, and Mel probably going to check this one back. We're not getting called by worse here, unless she's targeting specifically ace high and goes really small. Bit of 800 from the looks of things, trying to get a hero from ace high, but Michael not going to call it off.
Kevin Leeds on YouTube. Is the app info on Luton cash out satellite 15k starting stack correct? And also, if someone cashes out with more chips than required, the surplus divided between the remaining players at the table. The new concept is you start with 15,000. When you get 10x, which is 150k, you stand up and you've got yourself a seat. And you leave the table. And if you do have more than 150,000, then the remaining chips do get divided between the players at the table. It's a great new concept. They're still doing the new format, the old format as well with the satellite. So this one's a new one. Rather than sitting back and waiting for 3 hours when you've got loads of chips, then you get to 150k. You stand up, you get your ticket, and you go to bed. See, bottomless says, can you get chip counts on Amir, please? We'll get out to the tables and get you a chip count for Amir Nuhas, as he sat on the outer tables very soon.
So nice flop this for Craig, flopping a flush draw. He's the opener early position. So this is where you want to already start thinking about potentially coming in for some barrels here with your 6 high flush draw. It's never going to be good at showdown. Like the time that it bricks off, this could definitely be a 3 barrel spot for us in terms of range of hands we're supposed to have. We've got aces, we've got kings, we've got nines, we've got ace king, all in our range here, and potentially can come in firing, but Craig just opts to take the passive approach, and king of spades on the end should get him paid. This particular card, don't expect Craig to continue a hand like king queen, king jack on this flop. They're going to be a lot better check calls, so hard for Craig to have a king here. So once he comes in for this bet, from Michael's perspective, I think Michael's going to be paying this one off. Yes, he may elect to check some ace queen, ace jack on turns and come in for fin value on the river, but Craig needs to be aware as well. Michael does have king x from Craig's perspective. Michael can have king queen, he can have king jack, king 10 suited, all these type of holdings here. So if we're Michael here, I don't see how we're ever going to get away from this one, and does make the call, and Craig shows him the flush, and Michael says nice hand. So Craig Dawson takes a nice one. And this is where we're off to next.
Where are we going?
There it is.
There we go.
There
We're going
it
to Luton. We're off 6th till the 19th of October. The 19th, the 18th and 19th is obviously the closer online, but the 17th of October is the final day for us as a live stream for the final of the main event.
There's one slight adjustment as well to what the schedule is. You see here, the mini main day 1A, it says 5 p.m. start there. It's a 3 p.m. start. We need to make you all aware of that.
3 p.m. start.
Don't rock up at 5 and you're 2 hours late. Oh, I'm not in for the start. It is a 3 p.m. start.
Yeah, and also on the app with the turbo, the app can't change level times during an event, so it says 60 minutes for the turbo. The turbo is 20 minutes long, but the app just can't do 2 different level times for the same event at this moment in time. That will get rectified, obviously. But Reese says, what app do you advise? It's the Poker Live app.
This one here.
Go on, show. Go, show. Stand up, you lazy ass. Get over there.
Oh, why is the camera over there?
I know it's miles over there. The Poker Live app. It's a free app. It gives you all the information regarding every event on Grosvenor. Cash, the homepage. If you know what to look, it tells you all the information relevant to what's on. It gives you all the information for the cash tables. You can reserve your seat at cash. You scroll down on there to whatever leg you want to. If you go to Edinburgh right now, we'll just show you Edinburgh. Click on Edinburgh, the Maybury. tournaments, live, and it gives the aim. It tells you the level numbers, it tells you the runners, it tells you the eliminators, how many players are left in. It's a fantastic app. You do need it if you're playing poker on a regular basis, because it gives you every bit of information you can have. And on the app, if you click on Luton, that there is in the app, so you can check it at your leisure and just scroll and scroll and scroll and find the events that you want to play.
It's a great app, Tower.
It's
like
really, really good app.
the fact that you can sit at home and lock your seat for a cash game as well. I think that's great. You can already see if there's, rather than turn up to a casino, you think, oh, it's free on the list for this cash game. Got to sit around for an hour or two now. You can sit at home, wait until you're up the list, and then make your travel to the casino. It's very, very convenient.
Yeah.
As we see Ali come in for the free bet with the ace queen, facing Natalie's open with the 8. She's going to call here, and we're going to take a flop.
2-5 jack. Will she lead?
Well, no, we want to be checking to the aggressor here, Tower, and this is a board Ali's going to have a lot of continues on. It's jack high, it's rainbow, we got some nice backdoors here, and Natalie should be calling once here, as I always say. Just because there's one overcard to our pocket pair, we can't immediately give our opponent credit for a jack. Yes, he still has queens, kings and aces in his range as well, but he's also going to have hands like ace king, king queen, ace queen, maybe some ace 10 that elected to free bet. And Natalie just coming straight in for a raise here with the pocket 8. It's a little bit mergy, this one. Sometimes we get better to fold, and sometimes we get worse to continue. And getting this price, looks like Ali is going to come in for a float here. Now we're in a bit of no man's land out of position, as Natalie, wow, it's actually a free bet here from Ali to 5.6k. And this is one of the problems with raising this particular hand on this board. Just want to be calling. Yes, we are out of position, but our opponent does have the stronger hands in their range as the free better. And if we call there as Natalie, a lot of the time, assuming it's not a card that gives Ali equity on the turn, he is going to be shutting down. But when we raise there, we've actually opened the door up to potentially getting bluffed off our hand. I'm guessing she thought she wanted to find out where she was. She only made it a small raise size, a bit over 2x. It's about 2.5x raise size, and she probably thought if my opponent continues, I'm done with the hand. But we do open ourselves up to that, getting bluffed off the 8s when our opponent comes in for a free bet. Honestly, Ali there getting the best hand to fold. It's good poker from him. The thing is as well, going back to that, Natalie there, got to think about value hands that we're representing. On Jack 5 Deuce Rainbow, we have no 2-pair combos in a free bet pot, so we've only really got sets that we're repping for value. And how often are we going to be raising sets on that drier board texture? It's only going to be a small frequency, so don't really rep too much in terms of value. As Michael, raise and take with the ace 5.
So when are you collecting your winnings off, Kev?
I'm not sure. I've got one day, I think. One day at home, so I'll have to go.
Go round, knock on the door.
We'll sort it out. We'll sort it out.
Go round and knock on the door. Because
I know
the
he's good for it.
The line was set at 278, and it's getting close. It is getting close because the numbers at this moment in time are 257.
Yeah, I think
that's including the online.
I'll take bank transfer, Kev. It's fine. We'll square it up when I see him.
Absolutely.
And I'll give him a chance to win his money back, as I always do throughout the year. Afternoon, Bill, tuning in again. Bingo's back.
Oi, oi. Phil Comden. Phil Comden shipped the 9k Fisher Fury last night for $16.50 from a £10 buy-in. It's already in the Goliath kitty. And there you go. Phil Comden, well done. Good effort.
Thanks, Phil.
The team mushroom. Garlic mushrooms.
Good luck. No,
Ah, there's a little bit of music playing in the background here. It's Don McLean. And believe it or not, 41 years after, in fact, 51 years after American Pie came out. You know the song? Yeah. He's actually touring the UK.
Is he?
51 years later. Where's he been? He's on tour.
He must be about 80.
He's got to be aging. 50 years since American Pie was in the charts, Don McLean is touring. He was on telly. So it's got to be true.
Oh, he must be fit and healthy enough to get on stage. Got it all in a call here. Theon, A6 off.
The first one.
Katie's got Queen Jack. Theon only got 10 big blinds here, playing 100, 200. Blinds are going up in 10 minutes.
Fion's in front. Slight edge, but not anymore. We see the Queen on the flop. He now needs an ace of running straight in cards. One, that's not bad.
8-3 or ace needed.
An 8, a 3 or an ace, and it's not. It's the wrong card. It's the 6. Theon is eliminated by Katie Swift. She takes the chips.
Yeah, a small little one for Katie.
Yeah. Yeah. Once she's open, she's never folding.
Yeah, oh yeah, Kev, I'll see you in Luton and Blackpool, so either one's good.
Awesome. You'll be down in Luton before us. You'll be playing the 30-30 and the mini.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be there next Thursday, so
awesome.
I think I'll be there from Thursday all the way through till we finish the main. So Michael opening Queen Jack, raising to 400. Katie just flattening the Ace Jack suited under the gun +2. Natalie's got 8s in the small. She's going to flat, and that's going to bring David in with his 4-3. Jack 7-3 all spade flop. So Michael getting out flopped by Katie. Katie did have the best of it against Michael, has him out kicked here. So Katie with the Ace Jack. Going to come in for a raise here. Raising top pair, top kicker on the Jack 7-3 board. Can credibly rep some spades as bluffs. Obviously Michael needs to be aware we'll still have the queens, kings and aces in his range. But Katie going to feel fairly confident here, especially on this free turn that she's got the best hand, but going to opt to check this one behind, try and get some value on the river. River is the 10 of spades, and Katie now, this is good from her, aware that Michael's going to be leading here with a lot of his flush draws, so going to try and get some value from some potential worse Jack X, but in this scenario Queen Jack not calling. I've got a message on Twitter, you might know the answer for this one, Tower, from Dan Nesbitt. Hi Jay, coming to play the mini main at Luton on the 10th. It says on the Poker Live app, it's no rebuys / re-entries. That's not right, because there's always a rebuy and re-entry.
It's definitely a re-entry.
Yeah, you're allowed.
I think it's
two per same as this. Yeah, 2
flight.
re-entries.
Yeah, we'll have a look at that and get that changed. Thanks for bringing that up to us, Dan.
Let me have a look myself. I'm going to have a look now on the live app myself.
Definitely re-entries.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
The mini main in Luton. Oh, it doesn't say what that is. It's read it wrong.
No, you might have read it wrong, Dan. No rebuys, no add-ons.
I'm going to try it again while I'm here.
Already been checked.
Thing that I should do when
Yeah, no rebuys, no add-ons.
Yeah,
Re-entries.
and at the bottom it
Yeah,
says
it's
re-entries.
re-entries. Yeah, re-entries fine.
Read it correctly, numpty. Kish.
Cheers, Dan. Though.
Thanks, Dan. Yeah, we had to check. Always good to check these things.
It's pure sugar basically. It looks a bit like fudge.
Tower. Jay won't be there for the setup. He hides that day. He thinks. He actually thinks manual labour is a Spanish waiter.
Oh God, what are you doing to me, Jay? I'm sometimes busy. I'm a busy person.
Oh, brilliant.
Can't believe he said that.
He thinks manual labour is a Spanish waiter. That's quality. Hey Richard, yeah, we are in Edinburgh, the fair city of Edinburgh, that bring you Mrs. Tilly's Scottish tablets. The famous tablets. Yeah, we did it live. When she came in, we did it live. We did the lot. Those little ice cakes on the sticks are absolutely delicious. And the Scottish tablets, the turnip tea cakes, the fairy cakes, the Scottish shortbread. Oh, living the dream.
You keep banning that Jason Shellham from the chat, please.
And an orange. Yeah, Richard, we are in Edinburgh, fantastic city. Love coming up north of the border. Still feel I should be driving up a week before with the golf clubs. That might happen next year.
Ali flopping the best of it here. Going to check call with middle pair. Natalie continuing here with her ace high, some nice backdoors. 9 on the turn though, might see this one go check, and we do. And 2 on the river. And potential value bet spot here for Ali. Like to see it, try and get a call from ace high. There's a lot of missed draws out there, missed hearts, 8-10s missed, Jack 10s missed, 8-6s missed. So really nice bet here from Ali, really putting ace high in a tough spot, because it depends how we're perceived to be betting. Are we going to go as thin as a 7? If our opponent doesn't think we are, then they might call with ace high. They think we're only ever going to have 9x or deuce x because of all the missed draws. However, if Natalie thinks Ali is good enough and capable enough to come in for thin value with a 7, she might pay this off, and it looks like that's exactly what she's going to do. She's got the chips. She doesn't like it. Is going to pay it off, and 10-7 for Ali is the best hand.
Just over an hour to go until the end of this session. 2 hours they get to entertain us for on the feature table. 2 levels of poker, and the next break for the players is in around about an hour and 3 minutes, and they get a 60 minutes extended break. flop of King 6-9. Check, check. Jack of spades on the turn. Katie comes in for a lead. Ali calls. Both with redraws. I have a queen. Ali has an ace. Drawn along the bottom is what you can play online for free. 40,000 being added in total in 7 tournaments. Online they are free rolls, 3,000 guaranteed every free roll, £400 to the winner, and then the winner will get a chance to sit and play in a live streamed invitational tournament at the Vic in London on the 1st of December. Great promotion, £20,000 added, 40,000 in total of the prizes. 7 free rolls. And a chance to play David Hay in the live tournament in London.
Chop it up. This is going to go check, check.
Sure
on
what?
the river. Can't see it going any other way.
There is a river already there, so didn't fold. Just check, check.
Paul Green's back. You can see that. Just coming past the featured table. Saw him on the featured yesterday. Former champion back in 2017. We've got Natalie folding the ace-5 early position, and that leaves room for David to open the jacks in the low jack. Mel here, king deuce suited, just going to fold that one in the small. Jonathan got an easy defend with the deuces. We got a pair. We're going to make the call and take this one heads up out of position.
$986.
Good flop for the jacks of David. Do have an overpair. Got to be wary though. Big blind range. As I always say, these type of boards, they're going to have a whole host of 2 pairs, flop straights. It's just a board that's going to connect with them a lot more than it's going to connect with us in terms of range. But David still fires with the overpair, trying to get value from perhaps some 1 pair holdings, but not getting any value from deuces on that board.
Can we get an update on Amir? We will head out onto the floor. There is 1 cash game started here in Edinburgh. If ever you need to check the details, just go to the live app.
Is that nervous giggling now?
I'm told that There is a 1-1 no limit sat playing right now. Stuart Woman's on in, coming over to play the bounty. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, oi, oi. Bit of a misclick.
Radoslav just coming to the table first hand, sits down, looks down at Ace King suited, and he's been free bet by Ali here with the Ace Queen. Not opting to 4-bet, just going to flat, and that's going to bring Michael in as well with the Jack 10 off. He wants to see a flop. There's some action flops with these three holdings. That is one of them. Everyone catching a piece. Middle pair nut kicker for Ali, top pair top kicker for Radoslav, and Michael's flopped an up and down straight draw. Ali going to check this one a lot of the time, especially freeway. Like this is a good hand to be checking here. The Ace Queen, but I'm opting to fire up at 2.1. Radoslav not going nowhere, and then Michael's going to be making the call here with his up and down straight draw. So we got freeway action to the turn, 12.1k in the middle. It's a 60 big blind pot.
Turns a 6 of spades, bringing flush draws.
Yeah, this is going to put the brakes on a lot of players. But then again, Tower in a free bet pot, the only real flush draws out there, combinations, there's Ace X of spades, Jack 10 of spades, and that's about it. It looks like Michael's going to represent. Bet a 6k from him. And now the Ace Queen in a tough spot with a player behind. Should be folding this one. Ali, we're dead to a flush. Like the only hand we really beat here is Jack 10, and a lot of the time it should be Jack 10 suited. So only 3 combos of that, which because obviously the spade combo is a flush, and just gets 2 quick folds. Well played, Michael there, just amping up the aggression on the turn. Gets 2 better hands out of there and takes it down with just Jack high. Nice to see from him. Maybe aware that as the flatter of the opener and then calling the free bet as closing the action, he is going to have more spade combinations than his opponents, and if he was aware of that and went for it because of that. Very nice play from him.
Just gonna go out and get a Mia's chip count.
Okay.
Because I do that kind of thing. You ask, we do.
Do you want to come back with the old...
Oh!
Towers on the tee run. He's going to get some chip counts. I'll tell.
Do you want a cake? Do you want a bun?
I can't.
Milk chocolate tonics? Shortbread? Flipping heck. It's like a birthday party.
So 6s for David, under the gun +1. And Michael, after just getting a nice bluff through, gets rewarded with the Cowboys next hand. Going to come straight in for a free bet here from the looks of things. Facing David's open. Katie and Mel get out the way. And action over to the blinds. And Radoslav has found the ladies. Just had Ace King. He's had 2 hands so far this tournament. Now finds the queens in the big blind and just opting to call here. Obviously a bit scary, the action. +1 open, +2 free bet. Michael representing a very strong hand. But I'm never going to be folding queens in this spot. Obviously flatting or 4-bet were the 2 options. But boom! Looking for double up for Radoslav here, especially with his stack size playing about 1.3 SPR. A bit more actually, he's got 12.4k back, more than his stack looks, 1.5. And just want to be flattened here as Radoslav. I know we can see if he shoves, he's going to get called off, but we want to keep hands like Ace King in there from our opponent. So with Radoslav here, just want to make the call, keep our range wide, make it look like we've got like an Ace Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10 type hand potentially, and we're going to get the money on the turn anyway from Kings and Aces. and we induced from aces, ace king sometimes, and the kings of Michael going to get the bad news. He's up against queens. He taps the table. Very good sport, Michael, from what I've seen. Good to see. Just understands that we can't. Best hand's not always going to win in this game. And queen's full on the river. So Radoslav will get the double up, and Michael going to be left with 13.5. Radoslav there. Two hand. Ace king suited the first. Queen's the second. See bottomly, Amir is out. He just lost jacks versus sevens, with sevens hitting a set. So Tower's going to be out there looking for Amir, and he's not going to be able to find him. He's probably wandering around thinking, where is he? Oh, he is still in. See bottomly, thanks. I thought he busted with jacks v sevens. And Chiesa, yes, this is Katie, our sponsored pro. She was in the comms briefly with us in Coventry. Joined me for about an hour. She also, obviously, a regular on our tour. She is one of our sponsored pros, ambassador for ladies poker at Grosvenor. In the chat, Swifty now, you'll know the rest. David opening ace king suited under the gun, making it 900. So opting for 3x, now playing 200, 300. And Jonathan here comes in with a light free bet with a 9-8 of clubs, like it. We are free betting under the gun open, should have a stronger range, but like the hand selection that we've opted for here, 9-8 suited, very nice playability. We're going to hit plenty of flops in terms of straight draws, flush draws. In this case, just flopping the bottom pair is still going to continue. This board going to be a lot better for his range. Doesn't have to go big here, no more than 2k. We can opt for, it looks like it is 2k. Third pot, or 1.8, even smaller than that, which is fine. And David with the ace king here. Hopefully we just see a flat. Nope, we've seen a raise. We want to keep some bluffs in of Jonathan, David. We get him out of the pot. Maybe just scared about the flush draws. Connecting board, king, jack, 8. There's a lot of draws out there. David perhaps just wanting to take what was in the middle. That's enough for him. So wanted to raise the ace king. In those situations, unless we're up against some sort of combo draw, it's very difficult to get a worse hand to continue against us. And you've got to understand that while sat at the table, when you are raising these hands, you've got to ask yourself a whole host of questions. You just can't look at your hand in terms of relative strength. You've got to look at it and think, what's my opponent got here? What's my opponent's range? What hands have they got? What do they think my range is here? There's just so many things you need to be asking yourself in a poker hand. A lot of things that need to go through your head. You just can't come in because of the relative strength of your hand and start raising it. You need to think about the best way to play it. But in that situation, raising with the ace king, we've got to think, if we are raising, are we ever getting called by worse? Are we getting some calls from some jack X there potentially, or some king queen or king 10? And a lot of time in the free bet pot, it's going to be unlikely that them hands will be in there. Free bet versus the other gun opener. All these things you've got to ask yourself. There's so much that goes into a poker hand, and the more you think and the more calculated you are in your decisions, the better it's going to work out for you in the long run. Potentially get more value, induce more bluffs.
Sitting in the big chair that my dad's sitting in and going, look, feet up in the big chair. She was loving life.
Katie with the fives, under the gun +1, going to open this one. How are we doing, Shusky, or Shoseki, I should say in the Twitch chat. Thanks for joining us. This is level 4 of the day. We got about 45 minutes before we head out on an hour dinner break. We've got Katie on this table, one of our sponsored pros. As we see an open from Katie and Natalie flats on the button. That's going to bring Michael along in the big with ace 10. 8-8-6, 2 spades. So Katie going to come in for 1 bet here with the pocket 5s. Michael going to float with 2 overs and some backdoors. This goes a check, check. That's a deuce on the river. It looked like Michael was counting out chips here with his ace high. Fires for 800 here, giving Swifty 5-1 on a call. Doesn't make the call with 5s. Obviously, going to be some flush draws in there, some 8x out the big blind. The only thing we really beat there is Katie is a hand like 9-7 or 7-5, and we've got some immediate blockers to those hands. So, like her fold there, I know we can see it was incorrect in this particular occasion, but against the range of hands we're supposed to be up against. Really big fan of the
T-Boy's
fold.
back.
Thank you very much.
We news that Amir's got 24,000. Oh, unbelievable.
We haven't seen Mike in here once yet this week, and then suddenly we got some goodies and he pops up in here.
He struck the hearts. They are stunning. They are absolutely stunning.
I only go where I'm
So the new line's been set at 350, right? That's a good line.
More? Less?
$327 on the nose has already been spouted.
I'll have unders on that.
So
Yeah.
into your, yeah. They are stunning, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I said. I haven't seen him in here once this weekend. And,
Absolutely, yeah, we needed a tablet for the eliminations. Amir's got 24,000. Is Adam Bromley playing? Yes. Table 2.
So Katie opening the ace jack under the gun. Been 3 bet on the button by David. 10-6-4. 2 clubs. And David going to come in for a continuation bet here with his ace queen, and that will be that. Katie gets out of the way with the worst of it.
Black water, please. Just still water. Black. Thank you.
Can I get a black coffee, please? No sugar. Yeah?
So T-Boy went and did,
Yeah.
and got Amir's 24,000 stack.
Nice cup of tea, this one.
Ah, excellent. Excellent. And we've got news on a few eliminated players as well. With a re-entry, Mel Simpson has a re-entry. Greg Murphy was out, and also Natalie was out as well.
Who was the first bust out of the day,
First
Tower?
bust out of the day was, well, to be fair, it took him 49 minutes. But Terry Jordan was the first eliminated player. But we will give you information regarding all players. Neil Feenan, David Ash, Graham Lang, Jonathan Lemon, Dixie Dean, who's playing. I've not seen Dixie actually. I know he was here. Sean Bennett has a re-entry. Rob Goldbaum, just seen him outside complaining that The smoking areas are too cold in Edinburgh.
Yeah.
That's just the weather. Or don't smoke. One of those things. If the smoking area is too cold, just don't go in it. Colin Gillen eliminated. John Ventre also eliminated. We saw Theon departing the building as well. Dougie White, gone. Dan Hawkes, gone. James Douglas, gone. Twice. I was Alan behind the bar. Alan behind the bar says that the players' complimentary meal today is the chicken tikka and rice. So we said, "What again?" He says, "Well, you were here all week." He says, "But the poker players might not be." He says, "Right, fair enough." He says, "But the breakfast that they do is on all day, and it's stunning, apparently." So that might be a shout. And just walking past, I was speaking to Alan, where Paul McTaggart came wandering through, and Alan says, "What do you think the first prize will be?" And I just turned around and said, "Well, when he's put 3 or 4 more bullets in," I says, "it'll be about 50 grand to winner." And I didn't realise at the time he was walking out, so just bust out. bit of rubs from Tower, but I didn't mean it. The app is fixed. It's now showing 20 minutes for the Day 1C Turbo. And that's Dan from the CRM from Cardroom Money. Nice one, Dan. Absolutely brilliant. That's excellent news for all the players, that the Turbo event is now showing 20 minutes. Thanks for that, Dan. Hope to see you in Luton or London for the remaining legs of the year. We will see you as we head back down south in Luton or in London this year, I'm sure. And Dan loves the satellite shootout. I thought it was getting a different name. It'll be a different name, because obviously people associate shootouts with a table win, don't they?
Pair of jacks here for Ali in the cuff. Going to raise this one up.
$150 total entries today. 112 players are left. Prize pool currently stands at £175,000. We're on level 4 of Day 1B. Cash out satellite. I like that. I like that. The cash out satellite. That's a good shout, that. Oi, oi. C1. C9. Checking on the feature table. Not supposed to be watching the action on the feature table while you're at the table, but if nobody sees him and the dealer doesn't spot, then
So, haven't seen much of this today. Limps in. David, early position. Michael over limps in the low jack. Mel going to get rid of this one on the button. Action in the small hit. Jonathan probably going to complete 5-3 here for another 100. No, doesn't choose to complete. It's another 200. Playing 1-3.
So Rad the Bulgarian is watching as Mr. Stu Bowman tells us a bit of a crusher. Rad the Bulgarian crusher is watching the live stream. Yeah. Yeah, it's something they're not allowed to do, but if nobody tells him and he doesn't know the rules, then it's not his fault. Please. And if you're still sat in seat number 9, Rad, just turn around and give us a wave. Give us a wave. Me and Jay looking at you. I love it, and it peers to the right, peers to the left.
So Ali Ace King in the low jack, going to be opening this one. Always want to be opening Ace King when folded to you, whatever position you may be in.
He's not doing anything wrong. You're just not allowed to watch the live stream while you're playing the live stream table. That's all. You can watch it from the outer tables and catch the action there, but while he sat watching, while he sat playing the live stream table, you can't have the live stream on. Apart from that, he's not doing anything wrong. And if he doesn't know the rules, then obviously he doesn't think he's doing anything wrong anyway. There is a delay, there's a 30-minute delay. As always, there is a 30-minute delay. So yeah, there's a 30-minute delay and he's just watching. It's just a rule that they inputted so the players don't just get the information around the tables when they're sat playing the feature. I know everybody could do it if they wanted to, but then we'd just have 9 players watching the phones. Shioseki says if it was on the live stream playing poker, you don't think you'd stop yourself from making jokes?
Katie free betting the Jack 10 suited, nice from her. Good hand selection to do it with. Michael has been fairly active at this table since she's picked a good opponent to do it against, someone that's obviously opening a lot of hands, as we can see with the 9-6 of hearts involved here. Ace Jack 5 rainbow. Might just check this one behind Katie, but it's going to come in. Definitely a board that's going to favour our range. Ace high rainbow. More than it's going to favour Michael's. Michael being the caller of the free bet, us being the free better. We're going to have the stronger hands here, so it just comes in firing and gets Michael out of the way with a 9 high. Chiesa, why does seat 4 have MMA gloves on?
So when he has a bad beat and gets knocked out, that's it.
When he gets knocked out, someone else does as well. That's what it is.
You're having it. Don't give him a bad beat because you'll be having it. Well, the face covering is now off, so I'm not sure if he's ordered food or just decided. Do they have masseurs like those American casinos? They normally do, but I've not seen the girls this week.
No, I don't think the girls are coming up.
Is it because it's just
Edinburgh.
a main event?
I don't think they were expecting a turnout. Well, I don't think anyone was expecting this kind of turnout. It's like I thought we'd honestly struggle to get 200 runners in this one. I really did, and it looks like we're going to get more than 300. Well, we should get more than 300. What we're tracking at the moment, but it's just been an incredible turnout. Everyone's come out in force for Edinburgh.
Absolutely. Cameron, yeah, we updated that he's got 24,000 about 5 minutes ago when I brought the teas in. The guy that's not moved holding.
Just over half hour left of the session, and then we will head out on an hour dinner break. Give the players a chance, get some food, have a little rest. These are long days here. 10 levels played. We usually finish up around 12:30. That is AM. GMT, I should mention as well. If you are watching from abroad.
Absolutely. No worries, Cameron. Any information we receive, we don't mind repeating as people jump in and out during the day. Big news regarding the concert next year. Liam Gallagher's playing Nebworth. Liam Gallagher and Oasis played Nebworth in 1996, I think it was, and there was 250,000 people there. The biggest concert in British history.
Is it?
Yeah, still to this day. And Liam Gallagher's announced he's playing Nebworth again next year. I wonder if his brother will turn up.
Nebworth near me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 250,000 people watched Oasis in the 90s. I'm sure it was like 96 or something like that.
Fair enough. So Ali opening the ace queen. Katie just going to flat the same hand on his left. David going to pill the jack 10 in the small. And Michael going to defend this one. Suited connector. It is the nut low, but in the big blind closing the action. Finds flicking the defend with this particular holding. Jack 10-3. So David smashes this flop, flopping top two pair. We've got Ali with ace queen and Katie as well, but going to be less inclined to continue into free players. I say it a lot, when you do go 4 or 5 way to a flop, you do want to lower that c-bet frequency. It's going to be harder for it to get through. Now, we've got David coming out firing after the flops check through. There's 7 on the turn. Doesn't really change much. Still going to have the best hand, almost always here. Bet of 1.6, and Ali's going to call here, which means Katie getting 4-1 money. 2 overs, gut shot to Broadway, but Katie going to let it go. Now I see a river, which is the 3 of hearts, and a jack 10 has been counterfeited, although it's an irrelevant counterfeit because queens, kings, and aces all going to be continuing on this flop 4-way. So although yes, we get counterfeit with jack 10 and we do lose to those holdings I just spoke about, it's irrelevant from our perspective because Ali being the pre-flop opener, if he's got queens, kings or aces on this board, he's going to be betting the flop. That's a nice bit.
So as you can see in the clock, just under 30 minutes left of this session and then a 60-minute dinner break. Which means we'll be back at 5:45. Here's put in a link for a new hotel in Florentine. The Florentine. There we click the link. Jim, oh, Jay's booking a night now already. Where is it? Is it? I'm guessing it's in Florence.
Yeah, Florence. 25-hour hotel Piazza.
Do we have to book in there when we come and see you, Chiesa?
Florence's coolest new venue.
Oh, look at the food. I'm not being funny, but I'd go on a strict diet just so I can put it all back on when I go over to Italy. Greetings from South Carolina. Fulham FC 2017 from Cane Bay, South Carolina. Looking forward to the return to UK and Great Britain poker tournaments early next year. Indeedy, indeedy. We need to get back to normal as soon as possible, and we need to carry on after the blip of 2020. How's the spam getting on?
I'm not talking to Jake for the rest of the day. I'll find out. I know where he's just sat out here. I can find out. I can find out.
Just be careful.
Yeah.
Just be careful. I wouldn't leave the wee boy another week after Coventry in August. Do you know what I mean? Because we've not went to Coventry this year, so Mum and Dad loved to have the way. But I thought it's yeah,
The illuminations are left on this.
Oh, are they?
Yeah.
I've never seen them.
Yeah.
Kevin Frame's been eliminated, as well as Norman Little.
if you're not to, there's plenty to do. Like, if you go to the pub and get a piss, you know, it's not.
Yeah, well, I might do that now.
Stuart Edward has been eliminated as well.
23k.
23,000, nice and steady.
How are we doing, Jakey? Jake Marston?
I can't, but normally I go for the whole week, but I won't miss much.
Even in the casino was.
I'll go up, I'll travel up on Thursday. And when I get there, I can do the tram along then and see the lights, and then play on Friday. Yeah, it makes sense. That'd be good. But, yeah. I love the Blackpool store.
Wow, Ali's just made it 10k here. He's going to get caught. Guess he just thought Michael's hard for him to have a 10 in this spot, so just went for it. And Ali going to be short, left with sub 9k. As we approach the end of the session, what about 20-25 minutes?
We need it. 9,000 for Ali, who blinds at 300. 25 minutes to go until the end of this session. 153 today, giving a total of 270 so far. Out of the 153, 111 are left.
I mean, it's good. It's made us all much more aware of spreading germs. It's one of the things we used to do before. And then suddenly you
Don't knock me, because I'm going to put it in between the legs.
It's still amusing the number of things that come out of the toilet and come no washing their hands, you know.
Take the advantage.
He's coming from Mel under the gun. Going to be opening this one, makes it 700. And it's going to be raise and take for Mel.
Edinburgh GUKPT is well and truly underway. 270 runners. The turbo's on at 9, and now when you check the Poker Live app, it'll tell you that it's a 20-minute clock on the turbo. We have news regarding the next table when we come back. Adam Bromley, C1's other half, will be on the table with Thomas Riley, Jamie Geraghty, Jamie Nixon, to name but a few. Say hello to your granddaughter, who's been sat watching this with you after finishing school early. Why come you finish school early, Demi? It's Friday. Friday afternoon. See, our school days used to finish at 4, and then we had to run home to watch Danger Mouse. If you don't know what Danger Mouse is, ask Grandad. 4 o'clock finish, run home, Danger Mouse was on at 4:15. We had to run home to get there, and it was only on 5 minutes. The best programme on telly ever. Aye. Danger Mouse. Yeah. Good afternoon, Demi. Hope you're well. Hope Grandad's treating you. And you sat watching the live stream from Edinburgh.
It says you're a funny bloke.
Yeah. Running home after school to watch Danger Mouse because it was on.
It used to be Jungle Run for me. I don't know if you remember that Jungle Run. You must remember Jungle Run.
Jungle Run. I probably stopped watching.
When they have to collect the monkeys and then they go through the thing at the end and they got to. Yeah, you must.
I was working by that time. You see, I had a job.
There you are. Sam knows.
Jungle Run Elite.
That's the youngsters. Youngsters will remember that one.
See, back in them days, we only had 4 channels. You see, so Danger Mouse was the watch of the day.
So Mel, blind on blind here, flopping top pair, decent kicker, going to come in for a bet.
Any diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, caught once with his gut shot here, John, but faced with another bet here, we're just going to have to get out of the way. Tower can't be continuing here once faced with this double barrel from Mel.
Nice one, Mel, who brought in the goodies earlier this morning. Where are we going next?
Where are we off to next? That's where we're off to. We are off to Luton. Whole schedule there kicks off on Wednesday, only a few days now, less than a week, and the 30:30 flight online will kick off. There's a satellite for the main on the Wednesday as well, and then the 30:30 starting on Thursday. Events going on all the way through till the 19th of October.
Just the slight error on the mini, as the mini starts at 3 p.m. and not 5. 3 p.m. not 5. Don't turn up late. We'll give you plenty of warning. And it is 3 o'clock and not 5. But Luton, and yes, it's a little bit cramped. And we're straight after Leeds, we're off to Edinburgh. Straight after Edinburgh, next week you go to Luton, and the week after we go to work.
It's crazy.
It has been one of those years where July came, the tour got announced. It was, we've got all these legs and we're going to get them in, and fingers crossed poker players come back. But the numbers this year have just been insane.
Crazy, like the turnout.
Amazing.
We're a bit worried, like whether we get the numbers as we got back and started the tour, but it's just got better and better as the years go on. Like Coventry, for example, the turnout for Coventry was just madness.
They've just smashed basically a 12-month tour in 6 months, and it's been one after another. But it's been great because everybody's been talking about it. And GUKPT has been on the lips of everybody. Where are you going next? Luton. What is it? GUKPT. We've just been to Leeds. What was that? GUKPT. Literally one after one after one after one. And then obviously next year they start thinking about the tour and where we're going and what can we add and will we be adding legs, and plenty to think about for 2022. That's for sure, because Goliath's there as well. Don't forget the 2-week-long festival that's Goliath. That'll be there. There's also 888 events going on in London. There's the IPO that's on in a couple of weeks' time in Dublin, which we will be there. Can't wait to get over to Dublin. I've never seen such a disappointed face in all my life, Dave. What's happened, Pat? What's happening? Okay.
Oh.
So yes, television straight after school. What time? I don't even know what time school actually quits now. What time do we finish school these days?
About 3 o'clock. That's when I used to finish. 3.
3?
Yeah, it used to be
half a day.
Used to be. I remember we used to get in at 8:45, 15-minute registration, and then at 9 till 3. Used to finish at 3. Yeah. 9 till 3 basically, because Reg in the morning you used to sit there and have a chat.
Assembly at 9.
Yeah, 5 lessons we used to have, 5-hour lessons with a little break, like obviously had a 45-minute lunch break, 20-minute break at like 11 or something. But yeah, like you think of it now, it's like a long day. You used to think back in the day when you was at school, like, oh, it's so long, and then you enter the real world when you finish.
Life starts when you leave school. Sam says, do you think it will be sustainable to run a tour for a year on the same intensity as the last 6 months of this year's been? Obviously more considerations like staffing, etc., but the facilities were there. Do you think there could be more concentrated? Do you think there could be a more concentrated schedule next year? Totally understand what you're saying, and I think Grosvenor and obviously Jim McShane and the powers that be realise that Grosvenor's at this moment in time is the only place you can play poker. Dustledown's not open, Gentings have stopped playing poker, there's not many tours around. Will we ever see APAT again? APAT was fabulous for the smaller buying get-togethers. We had the Sky Poker Tour, all these different things. Obviously not running at this moment in time, and Grosvenor have absolutely smashed it. And I know people are saying that the 30-30s are too expensive for the local players. It was just getting back into playing and getting the freelance staff, and they had to be viable. Personally, I'd like to see if, I think 10 legs and the grand final and Goliath is about as much as what you probably could do. Maybe not as much, but with the 30-30s on board as well, the 25-25s are going to be coming back because the first one's been announced for the weekend in the 10th of December. So they're coming back. The seasonal specials may come back in a shortened down version. I think the deep stacks will remain online. I don't see the deep stacks coming back straight away. But yeah, there's plenty of poker out there, and like you said, you understand there's a balance to be found. Putting too many events on might dilute it. Yeah, totally agree. But yeah, it has been intense, but it's been great for everybody to talk about it, and the numbers have been brilliant. Daryl Hanley says Dustledown open today for the first time. So there we go, DTD is opening.
RGM says shout out to the dealers because they're great, and I've got a day off because how many there are. There you are. The dealers for these tournaments and tours, we've got a few that travel around, deal every tour for us. The shift that these guys put in every day, they're there at the tables, they're dealing for 2 hours, and
straight after the tournaments they're doing the cash.
Yeah, like it's
and swapping round and stuff. Logistically it is pretty tough, but the more staff they get back, and the ease of getting the freelance poker dealers back into the country and back doing the tour, then yeah, they will have a headache on what to put on for next year, I'm sure. The numbers tell the story, says Jason, and you're absolutely right. The numbers do tell the story. They have been excellent. But time will tell regarding next year, and I know Jim McShane, who is now head of poker, will have a bit of an headache trying to fit it all in next year, I am sure.
That's what your first thing he said, so I'd like to see lots of ladies, so...
There we go. Amir has updated us on Twitter, and he says 26,400 is his exact chip count as they go for a break, which we do in 10 minutes time, as you can see the clock. above the names, 12 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, Sam, I agree. GUKPT dealers, best around. They're great. All of them very, very good at what they do.
Got a message from Tony Bedford as well as he's leaving Tenerife. He's only going back on the 1st of November for another 10 days. What a life. Missing Blackpool main event. Any idea what he's doing? I don't know. So Tony was watching in Tenerife, he's on his way back, played a couple of events in Luton, and then he's back to Tenerife on the 1st of November. What a life! And just to say that everybody who's watching on YouTube, during the dinner break, we will be stopping and starting the recording, obviously for the length of it, for sticking it on so everybody can watch it at their leisure. So when we come back after the break, you will need a refresh because we have to stop and start it because of the length of the recording.
We'll let Jamie test it out on the 1st and report back.
He doesn't make it.
Jamie's just heard his name, he's like that.
Talking about Vegas, it's sound like you're going on the 1st, so we'll send you out and do the trial run on the 1st. And if your journey's alright, then
9-7 boost, 2 spade flop, gut shot 2 overs from Michael, middle pair top kicker for Craig, and David just with ace high hit. Looks like Michael is going to make the call with Jack 10 after Craig fires with his middle pair once checked to him. Ace Jack gets out of the way. Ace 7 for Craig, and the Jack 10 doesn't opt to go for value. The flush did get there on the river, and Michael going to take that one.
Rad chip leader, 32,000. Pretty steady table to start for the second session of the event. Where can you download the Luton schedule, says John Lowe?
It's up now, John, on our Grosvenor Poker website. I'll tell you what, we'll stick it on quickly for you, but you can find it if you go to Grosvenor Poker.
Yeah.
If you go to the GUK events tab, go to GUKPT, click on Luton, and the schedule will be there on the website. Or get the app. It's all on the app. If you go to the Luton card room on the app, go on tournament, scroll down, all the GUKPT schedule is up and running on the Poker Live app. So whether you want to get the app or go on the Grosvenor Poker website, this schedule is on both.
Indeed it is.
Just under 10 minutes left before we head out for an hour break. When we come back, will be new featured table. We will be returning
5:45.
Yeah, 5:45, just after. A slight delayed start today, 3 minutes.
Is 1C being streamed at 9 PM? No. We concentrate on the 60-minute levels, and we finish our live stream around about 12:30, which is literally the last level of the turbo. So the turbo will finish at around about 1 AM. You don't fancy a fancy? You wanted a Yorkie. Proper man's chocolate. I don't think you said that anymore, can you? You can't advertise it as what was the slogan? Not for girls. The Yorkie. That was the slogan back in the day. Not for girls. The Yorkie. Apparently people get offended by it now.
Jason Tower, one for you. Where's the best place to go out drinking in Blackpool?
Oh, Mark Ellis, man. Yeah. Mark Ellis, good night out, cabaret, free cabaret, bit of a dance, bit of a sing, buy a cowboy hat, look like Dave.
Very true.
So Cowboy Dave, that's where he got his name from. But yeah, it just depends what you want and where you want to do. There's plenty of bars up in Queen Street in Blackpool near North Pier. North Pier itself's a nice drinking area. Yeah, a couple of good sports bars in town where you can watch all the football. We've got about 30 screens to watch the football. And the rugby and the racing. We've got about 6 skyboxes. They have them all on. Every sport you can think of, it's on. So there's plenty in Blackpool to watch. And this year, for the first time ever during GUKPT, for the first time ever since 2007, the illuminations are still on. Because they're keeping them on longer this year because of the pandemic last year.
Nice like that. Yeah.
6 minutes and counting, as you can see the clock in the background. We will be on our break in 6 minutes time and then back 60 minutes later.
Yeah, it feels so much nicer. And I like some little granny chain as well. Like, you know, like what you carry your glasses.
That's a nice wee touch.
They really are. It's hilarious.
That is a nice wee touch.
Put it on and off.
No way, man.
And it's got a bit bling bling.
You know what's happened, don't you? You know what's happened, don't you?
What's happened?
He's only got being eliminated.
Oh no!
Last time I'm going to be able to play it.
Will Smith out of the door.
I've got black
Tower's loving it. I didn't even realise he was on. Look.
Yes, Will Smith being eliminated out of the tournament. I can't play anymore. Gone. Unlucky. Last couple of hands of this session. 5 minutes and counting.
Okay, opening the button. Once folded to her with Queen Jack here. Jonathan Vase do suited. Playing 31 bigs. Could potentially free bet this one, but opting to just flat and take a flop.
Yanis says, ask Dave where's the best place to drink in Blackpool.
Not any pint tumbler still.
Yanis, what did you do to him? The only
I feel like it's story time.
The only time Dave has ever been to, the only time Dave's ever been late is when Dave and Yanis went back to the hotel.
Yeah.
And they started drinking red wine.
Oh no.
And we rang the police. We rang the hotel. Everybody was late who were drinking with them. Nobody got up. Dave turned. I think that we started at 12. Dave turned up at 3. Yanis ruined him. I'm no word of a lie. Yanis ruined Dave. And he wandered in and he looked like Jack Nicholson with the hair flipping around the side of his head and he come in, I'm sorry boys, I'm sorry boys, I'm sorry boys.
Another story as well on the same night. So I went to bed at 8 o'clock. Next thing I know, I'm standing downstairs, boxer shorts on, I locked myself out the room, going to the toilet at 8:30 in the morning. This kid's going down for breakfast and all that. I was had to get a key to get back in. Back to bed, woke up to 146 missed calls a hour.
Oh. Yeah. Aces for David. Does he get any action?
Bad.
Mel might come in for a bit of a call with the GTOs.
Could free bet this one as well. Bad influence that Yanis. Bad influence. That Mel maker discipline. Lay down good as well. Good timing. Would have run into aces and Jonathan here with the 7s. 30 bigs just going to make the call. And Craig 9-3 suited here in the big blind. He's going to get involved as well.
King 6-10. The ace is checked.
Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot more of it. I'm seeing a lot more of it, Tower, from a lot of different players. It's just trying to induce some bets on turns. And David, especially with the ace of clubs, this is going to be the one of the best combos of the aces we can have to check on King 10-6. Definitely could have come straight in for a bet, but obviously mixing it up, just people are aware you've got these type of hands in your check back range. They're less inclined. Times where, say for example, you got like 10x, they're less inclined to bluff on later streets because they know you do have strong hands. Some of the time when you check, he's not going to like this river too much though, because Craig can possibly have a king, but we're going to have a clear value bet here now. Craig's going to fire all of his king x on the river, so try and get paid by perhaps a 10. But David taking the more passive approach, maybe didn't want to get raised. He's going to be in a horrible spot if he bets and gets raised, but I think we maybe missed a little bet on the end. Probably wouldn't have got called from Craig's particular holding, but can start targeting some 10x that Craig can have in the big blind.
As well as Will Smith, Andy McKenzie, Colin Gillen, Alan Bailey and Robert Goldbaum again have been eliminated. We are on 153 total entries, 111 are left, and this is probably the last hand of the session. Yeah, this will be the last hand unless everybody folds rapidly. Natalie with the Cowboys.
It's been a steady session for Natalie.
Raising up. If this was full, we might just get one more hand in. People not checking. Does Katie want to carry on? No, she decides against it.
Mel's not calling.
All going round.
Craig folds the 10-9 of diamonds. He wants his dinner.
He folds queens, him. He's not playing 10-9 of diamonds,
he
is
wants his
he?
dinner. Is that it?
They're all off.
Are they back?
By the looks of that, it looks like they're off. Is everybody getting their hand? Yep. By the light, is the dealer going to get one more hand in?
No, he's not. Yes, he is. Oh.
No, he is not.
No, he's
I
not.
love him. You love him. He's slowed down.
Good old
I like
Sean.
it.
Good old
Everybody's
Sean.
off, ladies and gentlemen. 60-minute dinner break. We'll see you back then. Enjoy watching the news and Neighbours and on Hollyoaks or whatever's on. And we'll see you back at 5:45 for more action here in Edinburgh.
See you in an hour, guys.
Game with on the final couple of days, so yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, well known blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well, and I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And but still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And my friends were there watching and stuff. So it gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the break